having good sex. Good song. How you doing, bros? We're going to play the Prelim in 240, and until then we're gonna play Cube. I'll play the same list from the challenge again. I think I got... It didn't go my way. I don't think it necessarily had to not go my way. I kinda stumbled. Stream is starting, Pog, indeed. I mean, it did start already. When I post the results from the weekends, today in like 4 hours they should be posted, right? The modern challenge. It's modern challenge from yesterday, Saturday. Vur, what's Vur? Oh, just Free Fire Ice and Vu. Stream started indeed, bros. We're ready to go. Yeah, Zing Sam already posted that, so I guess you can... But you can't look at the entire list, so that's... I want the entire list with the sideboards. And then I'll stop for E2. Alright, we're going to play a very medium deck from Cube. He didn't even post him? Damn. Kex Drinker. Oh, 1 drop, good. 3 playable version of things anymore. There's a deck that Aspiring Spike played. Is it playable or not? It's baitable. Turn 1, turn 3. I've been practicing. 1 mana, 13. The matchup was hard. Just turn 1 Hex Drinker and then try to turn 4 Progentus it. That's the way to do stuff. That doesn't have protection from Enchantement. Witness on nothing. Strong moves from my opponent. Sure. I probably should have played Caracas over Plains many turns ago. For this reason, because of this. Plains plays really fast and loose, and then they also, I guess they just didn't have a good hand. So I can't sideboard because I don't have sideboard cards, because I drafted Library of Alexandria, but now we're on the draw, so I can just lead on the library. I would say Kex Drinker turn 1, but yeah, it's fine. I get more than opponents playing slow and loose. Very good point. At least the mana in this deck is good. Again, probably should have played Kakaras, probably have Wastelands. And every time we touch, I get this feeling. So down to Vanguard top when it gets indestructible, doesn't, right? It's just insane. Sex Drinker, that was ridiculously funny. Good one. Halal Blade Master is essentially mana sync because I can sync the extra lands into it. Mooly Dooly. Siege Gun Commando. I very seldom see red-green decks. Maybe I would rather race than trade. Protection from green. They have an extra land, this is not gonna be very good though. I think there's a reason for that, yeah, I mean, I know. I don't see much reason to be Gruul in cube, it seems kind of a weird color. What? Be my guest, bro, be my guest. That's interesting. I hope they just play the... We don't want to trade Tucker because they didn't have a land, so they're going to monetize. Yeah, seems like. I overestimated the Siege Gun Commander. Elves and Dragons seems like a decent combination, that's pure theory. We can force Gruul the next time we have an opportunity. The match took 6 minutes, I think. 5 minutes. But sideboarding to 6. She's found the hours to heaven. I think green XC decks depend more on how good your green is than the other color, for sure. Like extract Pyrops you're ramping into maybe Court of Bounty or Glorybringer. It's fine. Same cards. The Starway to Dungeon. Elf. Pop of Paradise. It's not gonna be attacking anyway, so let's play Mother. I mean, I guess it's 0 power, so I guess we're gonna attack for this, but I assume they, with high likelihood, will play a Dork like this, yeah. Makes me wonder. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Makes me wonder. Green Sword against them. Makes me wonder. 5 drop. 6 drop, what? Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess. I guess it adds up. Still free though. It's not possible I was like supposed to puff this. Good lands too. Makes me wonder. Guess I'm not gonna do anything. I would like a land, but they basic land. Yeah, like this. I let Pioneer go. I went 6-2 or 5-2. Got 10 for something. Also managed to infuriate my losing out opponent. And he came to the chat and asked about stuff, and I said, "Oh, are you proud of yourself?" So overall, a huge loss. Yeah, I'm not very proud right now. Not very proud. What is that gonna be? 6, 7, 8. Okay, sure. Makes your wood fall. Primus. If I path, I can't. I better to play Inspector. If they attacked and are here exile land and exile the next big thing, and you can kinda live. Spectre School Clamp. We are not going to be equipping anytime soon, so there is no little point in that, yeah. Can we race? Depends on what they have on their Sheldog. Assuming they have a bad Colonel Sheldog, a dog. 26. Yeah, I want them to attack. I don't want to. Yeah, you're right. That soaks more damage too. Fuck you. I think I'll use Mother to gain 2 life here. So it seems good here. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Daj se siana, mordo. Ile? Ile będziesz kart mi silnych zagrywać? Co turę kolejną? It's colorless, right? There's nothing that makes it green. Hey Canis, Grand Magnolia Silver Button. You can request one song right now, it's on me. It's on the house. Play next door. La 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 la. Smurfów, coś tam światło, la 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 la. What attack Nahiri? I don't have Armageddon, no. Yeah, opponent would have mana left, so Armageddon would not be very good right now. The mana type may be like Lassar 2 right now. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Boom, boom, boom. Beedo, boom, boom, boom. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I think they flooded, finally. I guess. Oh, the tiger. Meow, meow, meow. Can attack with one land. It's a bit weird jump. But I think I'd rather keep it than not. If they have a spell, then I'll probably be dying, unfortunately. Not much we can do against a spell. Phyrexian Megamorph. What's the best card in play? Sword. I guess. Annoying. Just 6, I need to block. Well, doesn't have trample, I'm just thinking what to do. Jump block with the Inspector? Or the Modder? Can they animate the Inspector, the Saga maybe? The Eye of the Tiger. Gideon Caracas maybe. Gideon Caracas. If they waste, yeah. Guess, kinda. Through a shitty land. They can equip the bird though, and that's gonna be terrible. But maybe they won't do that again. They play the Wastelands. You would find Fox at Magical 9 would put Forest as green on the forest. Guess they forgot. Well, it isn't green. If it was green, it would be easier, but... Natural order. Right, they sacked the bird, which was... It's pretty good for me. It's like to find some shitty card. It's possible they find something that's worse than bird. Yeah, they definitely should have hit me with a bird, but... I don't know. Trigon Predator Bros. Not much of an upgrade. Let's see, this probably gets the real natural order targets. Mooly Dooley. Jace MTGS. I don't think I can win, so... Nothing ever matters anyways, but... The Trigon Predator will destroy me. Do I want to keep Mana Type in my deck? I think the answer is yes, as I don't have any cards I could replace it with. I have 8 non-creatures my mentor deck, by the way, but... I've missed John Star. Yeah, where have you been, John Star? Did you travel somewhere? Or just not play Magic and not watch Magic for a moment? Let's go first on the play. I have mom and then I play a selfless spirit. On turn 3 I hopefully will draw a plains and deploy a monster mentor. Capsized. Mother of Runes is an uncommon, chat. Important stuff. Sure. Mother of Runes was an uncommon. How nice was it to face it in limited? Mother of Runes wasn't even that crazy in Urza's Legacy in limited. Ninjutsu. I hope my opponent hits 2 lands at least. Good. Urvana, something. Can't win if I draw. Fucking nothing. Always. Can never freeway cube with situations like this arising. Yeah, exactly. Well, they're kinda okay against GT. So is Phoenix and Evoker. Can you miss my question? Did a movie of that kind made into Oscars or only the actors? I don't know, John Star. How did the yesterday challenge was where swear? I didn't top 8, I got 10th. Assuming we're talking about Pioneer. And the Pioneer deck was pretty nice. But I think it would be better if it had a few more... If it had a few more ways to... A few more additional threats in the cyber, like the Mentor or something like that. I guess Control, because kinda lack that. Doesn't seem worth, I think, an air mana short. And when Johnson was getting banned every day because he didn't like Cannister's deck, not liking the deck is fine, but the way he expressed his opinion was a bit tiring. Was getting a little bit tiring rather quickly, so became trigger happy. Too late. Insane. Kenny based. But I have to find my deck, I don't even know. Student. Or... yeah, I guess. More efficient. Maybe Manathive, so you can Manathive right now for sure. Not let them come back. Just make the emote better singles and you have Canny base. We had like very Canny cool emote in the past. It was basically that. The usage of that emote was between 0 and 0.1%. Block Lotus, damn. Bro, hold your horses. Was it less than Emerald? Emerald is used plenty of times. It's used so much, bro. Don't even know what you're talking about, it's clear to me. It's one of the most popular emotes in this channel. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Siesta. I mean, it's not even the same emote, it's different. Gonna move to a new home next week. Poggers. You're gonna own it. Or are you just changing places? Yep, that is very nice. I wish you the greatest fortune in this new part of your life. This rework was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, Mom would have held the GTA 2 kinda. Predictions, alright, mods. Isaac is right. Not really as they had a flyer, that's true. In that case, Revoker was pretty based. Wow. Boom, 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 boom. Very punishing. What's on the match? It's a prediction on the match, yeah. It's a rather unclear way to phrase it, but what can you do? I could tell you fighting is frame, but what? Don't you usually mull hands that have as many lands as this? Yeah, the hand kinda sucked, but can discard some cards to the Season Hollow Blade so it doesn't suck it as badly. Troop of Portuguese, you must be friends. Must be friends then. It kinda said, don't you know that other Polish guy, you must be friends, aren't you? Lotus, alright. Well, there's even some Polish people that I know that I don't sympathize with. Or like don't have extensive relationships with. No, not even rivals, just indifference. It does happen. No, I don't mean Polish players, I mean Polish people. You have Kov, small carrots. Kov, Duck, Monstery Mentor. Okay. Didn't want to see my clue. You have big IRL and TG communities, guys. In Poznań, the shop I'm going to hosts weekly modern tournaments which gather between 10 and 20 people nowadays. Used to be bigger at times. Whoa, 5 plus. It's a fucking big commitment, bro. Fun fact, COF is an acronym for Cough of the Hammer. That's funny. Is that intentional? Just play sword into Dark Faden, but that's okay. We need to block this, but I guess. Cough of the Hammer in that case is like Lot of the Veil. Or what else? And just keeps exiling new cards to use, but never finds time to actually use the old cards. How did the Pioneer Challenge go yesterday? Focal Ascendancy good overall? Yeah, good. And I'd recommend to play some alternate threat in the sideboard, Monster Mentor, or something else, and it might be that Paradise Druid is better than the Fable Welder. Magic. Magic. When you cast your spell, like Seasoned Hollow Blade. Hello Caster, I see that you're cubing and gaming. When will the gaming part start? In 2 hours. I'll be gaming in a Prelim. Gay bar, gay bar, gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. Has my point accounted for me attacking with both creatures? Maybe, but have they accounted for me playing a removal spell on the monster Swiss Spear pre-combat? Alright, 2-1 with the terrible deck. The second deck looked like a hard matchup. And he also didn't draw too well, so I don't know. 2-1 gang. Let's draft again. Gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. But hasn't counted for Mash's game TPH. It's true, but they will do the same on the mocks, right? They will just sit there and. Is Mind Twist pack 1 pick 1 or is it Tinker? I think Tinker is more powerful. The Mind Twist, it's okay, but not against every matchup, and it can be kind of cumbersome. You kind of need ramp in your deck for it to be great. Because take him for free mana, and then like it's discard your opponent's hand for whatever their hand is. I think Tinker is a better pick. Also, star prediction: Black Lotus. This draft, question mark. Yes, no. It makes, I guess, for predictions for pack 2 and 3 individually. Then is it because you will instantly know they can pick anything and your deck will be shit? I'll take Mana Vault because it goes well with Tinker now. This Scalding Tarn to Treachery. Smuggler's Copter will be my payoff for Tinker. We can take the Mystical Tutor and we can then Tinker pretty hard because we're gonna find it. So that does make sense. I like the best enabler. There's Prismatic Vista too, which is very good though. But I think Tinker might be better at this point. Toots isn't bad either. What's Toots? I think I'll take the Mystical, like close with the Vista. Alright, now it dried. How did the Adeline boycotting deck do? I went 2-1. Went too much easy and then lost one that looked like a bad matchup and I drew poorly too, so it was super bad. And now you hate this card like Metal Worker. I think I would pick Relic of Progenitus over Metal Worker. Which honestly might be not too bad. Say Tinker Artifact, while also Artifact Synergy and a good card generally. Season Pyro is probably the best card in the pack. We can also take Emrakul for reasons. Armageddon. I took Emrakul, I'm sorry. And Tomb can go well with Tinker if you have Sphinx of the Steel Wind and Sundering Titan. And there is like not much else. There is the like Tezzeret. Emery has been kind of trash for me. Why is Tezzeret in the cube if Time Vault isn't? I don't get Tezzeret. I'm taking Tomb. Baleful Strix for and Tinker. Seems okay. Time Vault was too strong for cube. Sure, like I get that, but the question is why is Tezzeret still in the cube then? Sundering Titan as the card that can be go entombed, reanimated, and tinkered. Probably. Anything else to spark? Not really. That makes perfect sense. Coercive Portal for an alternative Tinker target. Shrikmo for removal reasons. Una Sprawler to reanimate. But we didn't see any animation cards, so probably don't care about that. Coercive Portal pretty okay with Mana Vault too. So probably will take the Portal, yeah. Phantasmal Image is allegedly good. Especially if I tinker out something big like Sundering Titan, that makes sense. And also solid overall. Shouldered with spanning one. Kabbalistic ritual. Let's take shouldered. Those Gruul cards don't make sense. I take mana flare, but it's unplayable. Let's say reanimation spell in case of me wanting it. So I guess that since we're not giving up much, you could also take Grease and play that we can splash it. Just for reasons, but it doesn't seem to have like great synergy or anything. Don't forget lands in case of Golos. Take Liliana now. It's a reanimation spell. Emery versus interaction spell. Since Emery seems unplayable to me every single time so there's not even a bubble to do stuff. Yeah, we have Emrakul Mannequin and not the worst thing in the world. 10 Drills, Wish Claw. Damn, should have drafted Storm. Alright, no Lotus, but Sphinx of the Steel Winch. Dig through time. I don't know if I need a second Tinker target, but it might be good against like to have. Like it's gonna be good against some other ones. I don't know if this Sphinx wheels or not. Was it Dig through time Liliana? Dig through time probably. Is it possible for the Sphinx to wheel? It is, right? Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that the most necessary ever? I think I'll take the dig over it. Random of color signet. Corpse Dance and Tomb Emrakul. Brutality? Why are you poking at brutality? It's they want Corpse Dance bros for my Emrakul and Tomb. They want the random signet. Are we not reanimating? Well, maybe we are. We're not picking Fairbone Judge Modo. Take a signet. Their Grand C, pretty nice. Random signets. Blyseal Colossus though for Tinker. It's a powerful target too. Might actually be good. I wouldn't hate the Orzhov signet though, it's be very useful. YOLO. Dismember, Muldrifter? Probably Dismember. You drank also below Sphinx TBH? Really? Frantic Search. Fatal Push. Frantic Search seems okay. It's pretty good with the Corpse Grave around, because you can also Corpse... No, you can't Corpse Grave around Blaze, so it doesn't work this way. Oh, all the targets. a Leviathan, but there's also Knight's Whisper, which I could take because there's no point in having so many targets, maybe. Sundering Titan, Blythe Colossus, and maybe there's Sphinx Wheeling. I will have so many, and Knight's Whisper seems like a nice way to set up for my combination. Yeah, Rights is pretty cool, Ventoon. We have a White Source and Celestia Singed. We're gonna take Rights. I took Rights. Not sure about this one. Yeah, Whisper is pretty good. I'm not sure, as I say. Trinket targets find Trinket Mage finds my mana vault, so it's essentially an artifact. Plus one artifact for Tinker, which I'm slightly low on. This is Infernal Grasp, the removal. Okay, we got random removal right now, which is going to be good filler. Corpse Dance Wield as I desired. Domination for control purposes. Ebon Death Dracolich for grindy matchups. Yawgmoth's Bargain for my Hexzinker is so good though, I'm gonna hate to pick it. Yawgmoth's Will. I have deck pro time. And Ludevic card in colors last week. Don't see a Lotus here, so the Lotus ES voters are behind. There is Sensei's Diving Top with Trinket Mage, which might be better than Singed. Because of the Trinket Mage. Yeah. Top seems like good way to fill out the deck. Can probably take Delta for fixing. Potus Lethal. Brainstorm. Potus Lethal can be Trinket and those stuff. Only Lotus, just plucked one petal though. So that doesn't count. I think it's just a Potus Lethal pick. Pro Pierce. Maybe Probe is gonna be nicer here. We're gonna play all of our cards. Maybe good. Somebody took the Sphinx didn't well. I think that Probe is pretty nice cantripping in this deck. And also seeing if my opponent's interaction. All the Spell Pierce helps me protect my Tinker, etc. Which I don't currently have ways to protect. Be close. Sheldog, Shallow Grave, Dures, Stay, Signet. Damn. Signet with white for the thing, but Sheldog is in my mana base, and if I have Blightsteel Emrakul in my deck, it seems very high value. Imperial Seal to find stuff. My deck seems like it enjoys tutors. Star P2. I think I should take the Tarpid over a tutor. Oh, 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 oh. $29 total. 26. Let's say Tarpit. Not sure. Hell, I can't. I know zero about drafting this cube. You should listen to me and pick the next red card you see. Okay. That's a good for grindy matchups. Seagate Stormcaller, what does it do? Rotting Regisaur. I don't know. Doesn't do anything. This is like sideboard. Let's take the Regisaur and probably sideboard it. Yeah, well, the Green Splash is pretty free with Biosignet, but I don't have spells, so I don't know how free that is. Grave Titan, Repel, Toxic Deluge. The shoulder is stinky, yeah. Can take the Grave Titan or the Deluge, but you already have Damnation, so the Deluge is less worthwhile. Inquisition, nice. Inquisition or the Packrat to discard Emrakul? Probably Inquisition. Bitter Blossom for the sideboarded games. I don't know. Can I play Yorion deck? 2, 26, 26, not really. We'll check. Damn, second Shallow, second Reanimator for the... This is gonna be good. Over Duress, I think. The Duress is kinda good, but... You can reanimate Emrakul 3 times in a row. It's also kinda good with Grave Titan, Sundering Titan, Blight Seal, so I guess we can't reanimate Blight Seal ever. So we play Put Redeem, Sheldred, Yawgmoth's Will, Rotting Regisaur, Ebon Death, Wishlet Talisman, Ludovic, and Bitter Blossom. You can play 23 lands and play Yorion technically. But I feel like I'd be better off just playing 40, because the synergies with Yorion are pretty slim. There's one Trinket Mage and one Bone Shredder, but I also have cards like Tinker that I would like to find more often than not. So let's build a Yorion version and a non-Yorion version. Do companions need synergy? That depends, but in Modern they do, they're not good without synergy. We're just gonna sideboard into Yorion for grindy matchups, chat. What's the weakest spell to cut here? The Draco Leech. Yorion with Shelldog. Well, just wait for your opponent to. Sample hand, draw another sample hand. Great hands. All of them have Sundering Titan. How often have you played Yorion as a companion? I don't think I ever played it. Could I rename the deck? There are not that many white sources for the Unveil, right? But I guess. It's also 27, need to cut a few cards anyways. Maybe skip one removal, just play one main deck. Can probably start Talisman, works with Tinker and Emrakul. Yeah, Talisman is a bit stinky because your opponent gets it. Maybe don't play with the Phantasmal Imaga. Necro Time seems really great here. Yeah, I think it does. I mean, it doesn't. It's like pretty good to find combos. Exile reanimation targets? Well, I can, but I can also not. No, I didn't take the Inkwell, I took something else. WTF, bro, what's the green-white splash for? It isn't. I think the Phantasmal image is the most out of place for that. Alright, let's start with the Yorion deck. With the Yorion deck. For the sides, you can sideboard into 40. Maybe the talisman is indeed not that bad like in this deck and overall, because tutoring seems pretty powerful and the points raised by Alarmobot 98 are kind of valid, so maybe I wanted to play it in 42 this time. Although it's rare that I would. Great hand. If by great you actually would mean a mulligan. Because that is what I mean. Whoa, said my opponent. Whoa. Reveal Yorion. Chat, why is Yorion such a common misspelling? Because I see a lot of people calling it Yorion. I wonder why. Well, it says Yorion on the card, clearly. Yorion. And turn 3 grab Yorion, turn 4 Frantic Search, and Makeshift Mannequin the Yorion. But fortunately, we also can have shouldered the Whimpering one. Szia, Smarana Mardikára és Nekuldákár misspelled more. Okay. Nissa? Flowander, bro. Strong. Fortunately, it has been followed up with nothing on my opponent's part. So let's just show they break next turn too. Which seems to be the case. I'm gonna get a shoulder into play. Now removal. Chad, remember when Shouldered was not put on MTG Arena because they they didn't know how to put Swamp Walk into the client on a card. They couldn't figure it out. Yeah, they didn't know how to code Swamp Walk. Don't remember, they did that happened. Ooh, this has Ecos. Is a really nice synergy with Shoulder because it's gonna be dying. But it's target. And what's will? You just not pay for the echo and return it every 2 turns to destroy more creatures that my opponent controls. My Bration. They didn't benefit much from minusing Arrow last turn. Cancer wins. Alright, mess with my opponent. You can try to gaslight them by telling them that we never revealed Yorion. And that they're imagining things. Play like mono green dark, seems like they're weak to combo. They had blue lands, but didn't show any blue interaction. Spend Crash Bandicoot. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Gaslighting favorite word of the moment. Yeah, I do like it now. I like what you can do with the word. This is 40 cards consistency, chat. Is Sundering Titan better than Blightsteel or not? Well, let's see this resolves first. Sundering Titan kills my Swamp too. And they have a Dark, so they still can even play. They can play Oko anyways if they have it. So let me find Blightsteel. Blightsteel located. Summons. Gonna move. Get mana vault to replenish your mana pool, but what am I going to do with that mana? Let's go Oko, let's go Present Borrower, let's go Muli Duli. Let's go Dismember, I have no Dismember. A point conceded. Oracle of Dual Maya, yeah, it was pretty dual for them. I feel it in my bones. This is gonna be the trophy. If I want trophy with this deck, I will never trophy in the cube whatsoever, so there is no point of ever playing it for me, just a waste of time. I mean, I guess I'm starting with the Yorion version, so maybe I won't, but... If I don't trophy, it's because of the Yorion Game 1 trick. Oh yeah! Sheldog Yorion. I hope my opponent draws many cards this game and does that quickly. So I'll have time for the cube trophy race. Imagine trophy racing in Model. My prediction. $30. Hit Emrakul or Blight Steel with Sheldog. Yes. No, 30 seconds. Sheldred, doesn't matter. Not in the prediction. Yostroming. I guess Phantasmal Mage. Imagine voting yes on this, like 2 cards and 60. Pretty low chance. Oh no, my Bitter Blossom. It's gonna get taken. I guess the image can be Emrakul. If the image becomes Emrakul, I will have to think about refunding the points, but it will be hard to do, so I won't. And I hope it won't copy Emrakul. based. Well, my opponent just needs to draw 12 cards for the Sheldog to activate. This guy an Archon of Cruelty from your graveyard. Don't remember the time you're coming up yesterday, I did it in any way. Not really. I think she's been pretty bad. She's like supposedly for go blank, but I think it's realistic. We got the moves. It's a legendary old legend Planeswalker rule. Okay, that's a weird thing to miss, but I guess I never miss, huh? Yeah, old or just old. Good point. Oh, we need to draw some bangers, so it's good with the portal. The mannequin is not gonna do anything. Wait, how does my opponent have Entomb? I also took Entomb. I thought Cube is Singleton. This is so weird. We can't have two Planeswalkers with the same subtype. I think the old rule was pretty... I think the old rule was worse, gameplay-wise. It was pretty arbitrary, like... It's... I guess it's maybe arbitrary that you have two Planeswalkers to begin with. That you can have two Planeswalkers with the same name to begin with, but... Mechanically, there is not much connecting Liliana's together, right? Let's vote Carnage, because I think they're Carnage. Maybe they'll vote Carnage too for memes, and then they will have everything destroyed. I mean, it's straight up worse to do that, but I'm just a tricky person. Double black. They play land and reanimate the Archon again. Yeah, that's my limit. Pretty good with copies Archon of Cruelty, but they still have 3 cards too many. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Your birthday. Imagine Falcon was a demon. Then I would be a little bit of a sadder man this very moment, but is this -2? Or was that 3 counters? To Hogwarts, how much? Because Carnage doesn't even work anymore. DOB to Carnage. Right, seems like playing the non-Yorion version is better. We have determined that. My pilot seems to have great awesome interaction. Don't think Entomb seemed great against them. Excuse me, Dismember. So let's have the Wish Claw instead. Yeah. Funnily enough, Bitter Blossom could have made a huge difference. Oh, this is a game where I had the Bitter Blossom, right? Would discard it. I'm not sure I should be playing the planes in a sec, actually. Well, kinda. Awkward hand. Very weak to a discard spell. They had Duress for sure. Na na na, Dancing Queen, Dancing Queen. It's not that weak to a discard spell. Can you just clean up? It's pretty weak though. Oh, clean up, step gamer. Iona Bros. We are dead. Reanimate Iona. Oh, sure. So we lose to an Inquisition? Not necessarily, I was not losing to an Inquisition. Fucking Ionas, bro. Jesus. Corpse is not working. Oh, we drew the Inquisition too. Is there any answers to Iona? I have Phantasmal Image. My deck. Or do I? No, I don't. Maybe I should have had that Phantasmal Image against the deck. I have Tinker. But I can't draw Tinker in one draw step. Tinker. Whatnot. For the giant, but yeah, that can't do that in one draw step. Kind of tilting, but maybe I would have won with the 40 card deck. I played the entire time. Also, like, well, great hand for my opponent. Send to Yona. NBD. Any Yona fans in the chat? Damn, Sakon died. Damn, rest in peace, Sakon. Sukon. No more shall the righteous cower before evil. I am not sure. I would personally cover. Still, there's also the other Iona artwork where she seems asleep. But I don't know if her eyes are open or not. Seem weird. To me, she seems fast asleep. I know that was the artist idea. She's bored because opponent isn't casting any spells. I'll get that Iona for my Reanimator deck. It's available on Modo. I have to rejoin the queue now. Cringe. Chat is the past tense form of cringe. Crunch or cringed? I crunched. Like it. I crunched, you crunched, he, she crunched. Right, Iona upgraded. I imagine it's spelled with an A, not with a new. Crunched. Just like drink, drank. nice language where cringe, cringing, cringed, cringe, 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 cringe. That's kind of cringe. Haha, get it. Alright, we queued the 40 card version. Let's keep this terrible hand. Misha's Workshop. Sphere of Resistance. Let's go. He Monster's name is Cringer. Really? Might hold the spell pitch, but I would rather cycle, I think. Alright, Island best draw. But if we swamp, we can also... Because we can either get Tinker or we can get Entomb with the Mystical Tutor and we have Shallow Grave, so... I guess... Delta, good draw. Just have to be careful not to Tutor and reshuffle. Upkeep, find Entomb. Well, I need 3 mana in 1 turn anyway, so there's not much reason to upkeep, find Entomb. Since I need to draw a land anyways to get Shallow Grave to be cast in the same turn. Classic song from your youth as a high schooler. Yeah. What is the best pack one pick one vintage cube in your opinion? I would be guessing Lotus. Chat, they have mana up. I am scared. Sol Ring? Think Sol Ring better? Maybe. Tutor for Frantic Surge is weird jump. Oh, not tutor yet. See why Frantic Surge? No, I did that post combat. I'm so bad. Alright, let's... Oh, so bad. Kind of metal is this? Viking metal? It's cringe metal. I would say, personally. My spell pierce not looking so hot anymore. They're the one who's tinkering now. Inkwell Leviathan, sure. One activated, right? I mean, I guess, no, well, what am I? Let's spell pierce it. Just in case. And then Mystically Tutor. Or Entomb. Untap. Entomb. Ermrakul. Shallow Grave. Yokai is a very Portuguese nickname, by the way, insane. Psychodeliczny styl. Look at these nuts. I don't get it. Is it supposed to be funny? Because if it's supposed to be funny, then you're failing at it, bro. Do better. It's my sole request for you. Baleful Strix actually extremely irrelevant. I'll vote for Carnage for lulz. Damn, they voted for Carnage too. Alright, I gotta guess. Since I have the corpse stance to kill them with. Who's laughing now? Corpse stance to streak. Can still wins. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, so my opponent's playing some artifact deck. This member didn't look good. Let's play Wishclaw. Maybe Phantasma because they can play Inkwell. This can answer Inkwell. This can answer Inkwell too, seems better. Sundering Titan looked poor. Against their mana base, not many non-typed basics. Siki Peroni. A weak one, but I'll get top with the Trinket Mage and I have the fetch, so it's extreme card selection. I also have Sherdog Nice, Sherdog Lyles. Might be a mulligan, but get Tinker. Can complain later that I can't tutor for it. Turun. Turun. Turn 2. Sick place. Oh no. My Singed. Metal Worker 2. But mostly I'll be dying to those powerful constructors unless you can do this quickly enough, which I guess I will be able to. I have Mana Vault, my deck never drew it. I guess let's take Potus Lethal. Canister, do you think some sort of Vesper control Vesper Charm deck would be viable in Modern? Vesper Charm seems very well positioned this meta and helps all against the Saga matchups Floyd are soft against. It's a 3-mana answer to Saga, I don't think it's particularly exquisite. There's also Veil of Summer out of the 4-color decks, which this card is fairly weak against. So I think saying that it's very well positioned is a stretch. Blightsteel in their hand. It's actually hard cast Blightsteel turn 4. Wow, what? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Insane. Be funny if they just died though. You're gonna be the one who saves me. And after all, my wonder wall. Alright, 2-1 easily. We died to playing the 860 card version, and to then later on to turn 2 Yona. So I felt like a solid deck. Felt like a really good deck. Really nice combo. Let's go again. Because Chaos Chaos is a bonkers card. Chaos Chaos is kinda okay, yeah, I guess. But hardly worth splashing, I think. Can chat draft a deck? Well, chat always drafts the deck. Make your pick, chat. My prediction. Ancestral Recall this draft? Question mark. 2 minutes. We're gonna take Luck Botus, yeah. Time to storm. No, it's time to play a nice monocolored aggro deck. If I see Adeline on pack 2, I'm taking her. Maybe... No, Adeline. Figure of Destiny. Is flexible. Narset for Black Blotus. I mean, isn't figure super nice because it's open into both aggro decks? It's probably less powerful than Narset though. How to select draft when? Some other day. Maybe later on today. Alright, tail the Nasser. Abandon. Narset, Lilelia. Should have taken the figure, chat. Anything else than Lilelia? Cancer can do one of those things where the chat drafts. We could. But how exactly do you want it to be done? Grave Titan is good with Lotus, so is Lilelia, right? Shinobi. Shinobi is strong too. Some color with Narset. Take Lilelia. No red cards. Scalding turn then. This Rofelos in this pack too, so we can take Rofelos and commit, but probably gonna take Tarn. Like I have like a blue card and a red card, so it's gonna be good for sure. Fucking Tendrils. I'm gonna see them and gonna say Tendrils. Random Dragon, Court of Bounty. Seems kinda bad. The pack. Can take the Court of Bounty maybe. I don't know. Could take the land. Alright. I don't even think Thalia is necessarily better than Andante Vanguard. Is she? Well, Andante Vanguard is very strong. As a generic green mage, you should know that Thalia has her weaknesses. You can also take Hullbreaker Horror, which goes with Narset or white aggro card. I don't know. Okay, let's take the Thalia. The Adanto wheels more so, I guess. Taking the blue cards doesn't seem super wise. Think I check Lightning? What are you trying to build? Well, I don't know yet, I'm just trying to determine that. But I think should be either red or white aggro, but it's kinda hard. I take firebolts here or the white cards. It's kinda hard. Okay. I guess the answer is still either. And I think I'll take off. With Lotus. Figure. Should have taken Figure over the Narset Bros. You ruined it for me. I think Figure is a better card than Monster Swift Spear, because the Swift Spear rarely attacks for a lot. Although I would not hate having both. Steam Coon. Oh, Roffello's still here. The land is probably more meaningful. Alright, medium removal. Andata. It seems like the white is not very drafted either, but other so like Naya is not. Whoa, that's welcome. I have a few burn spells already, so it's gonna be pretty good. Mana Vault. Key cards for white are anthems though. There's no anthems in white. The one white is also different than what you remember, I think, because I don't know if you played lately, but they removed half the shitty 1-drops from white that nobody picked, and now it's not like 1-drops plus anthems, it's just more mid-rangey. I think they're gonna take the vault and you're gonna find some cards that are good with them. They aren't the real anthems. Spear of Heliod, Hero of Bladehold, the kicker guy. I wouldn't say that those are key though. Pyro's excellent, but maybe it's gonna wheel, I don't know. Mana Vault seems too hard to make it work. I might wheel a red card. JT and wheel a red card. Probably JT. I kinda hate the vortex every time, but Giton. This is a use for vault. You play it off the vault, you untap your vault, and it's effectively you get a 2 mana free haste, kinda. It's also just generally good with the vaults, yeah. And Lotus. Yeah, it's like conscripts. Shy is gonna wheel. Ooh, Ragabon. Cool. Ancient Tomb. I think Monkey probably better than Ancient Tomb. Ancient Tomb very good though. Like Monkey can wheel, but not very likely. A lot of red cards wheel, like literally. So, but Ragavan is like flexible enough. Somebody's probably gonna play red and will pick it, so I probably wouldn't wheel. Then on the Bookbear. Can you say that you ever wonder why I always get all the red white cards? Are you consider it's because they are a meme? Yeah. Chandra or Sharnedra? Chandra with Lotus. Chandra might wheel. I mean, not Chandra, Shar. Not Chandra, probably not gonna wheel. Shield Breaker, Butter School for the red mirrors. Land. I'm gonna play mono red this draft. There, see? Like, there's no reason for me to splash white. Stair Save and Delirious. In one instant. I mean, just let's see. Both Light Up and Season Pyro wheeling. Interesting. I think Season Pyro better. Shrine versus the Drag On. I have Mana Vault and Lotus, so I kinda like the Hellkite for this deck. Shrine is sick. Probably can get on, well, there was the gold spawn already, so you're probably not gonna get another dragon, but maybe you can get another 4 or 5 mana card in the next pack. Light Up is not as good in Coop, because the mana value is not only 1 and 2, very good point. You didn't play Shrine standard. I mean, I know Shrine is good in Cube, but just... I know it's very good, just taking the Constellation, the stacks ramp. Pussycat, Pussycat. Let's take the 5-bone Judge so that it doesn't get last picked again, because it will be very sad for the guy. Pussycat, Pussycat, you're so feeling and so busy. You can deal damage to Shrine, then Conscript some tap and deal damage again. It's nice. Char Wield, obviously. And this in this pack. Avalanche Riders and Bergy. Avalanche Rider is also nice with Mana Vault, kinda. I know Borgi is super. Well, if there wasn't a pack left, I would not have a deck. It's 23 total, so... the 20 spells. I mean, I'm probably gonna get both red cards here, so just like a question if I want the Borrow Signet for a reason, but I don't think so. Injury Resonate. Doesn't do anything. Kakaras for colorless land value. Wasteland. Yeah, I don't want to play Signets, I just making sure that I don't. Great Rebels. Cheap monster. I have quite a lot of Baron. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 Baron spells and Flame Spill, which is kind of a Baron spell. Can fetch Badlands with Scalding Town, but don't have a great reason to do so. Can play Shock, we can play Inferno Titan with Mana Vault, Black Lotus. Seems okay, actually. Probably better than the Heat. The Heat's gonna be pretty poor. Also have Narset, so I could splash Narset and play Time Twister. I have a Scalding turn afterwards. JK. I think it's Metamorph. Metamorph is good too. Yeah, maybe. Wheel of Fortune. Pretty okay. Especially if I splash the Narset. Bouncing Super Wheel. Yeah. Risharan Port and Glory Banger. This is 9 cards, so I can't really bank on the Glory Banger coming back. Just keep deck cheap as hell, cut everything over 4 mana most likely. No, I have Lotus and I have Mana Vault. That makes me want to do the opposite of what you're saying, bro. I think. I want to have a few bangers to deploy them. I think it's Port. I guess I already have like expensive cards times 4, so yeah, okay, let's take Port. Palace Jailer for the mono white deck. Snack Attack, Mirror Sphere, Dismember, whatever pack. Don't know it matters much what I take here. It's probably gonna take the Dismember. Wait, somebody took Borgi. Insane. Say fuck they then, but... Well, I mean, I have Tarn and a blue red line, but splashing is... whatever. I for my deck Fade and Splash, which is not going to materialize. This for sideboard games. This for because I like it. Single hitter good in your deck. It's a 3 mana 1/1. Let that sink in. Hero played on wheel. Well, if people don't play white, then it's gonna wheel. Like, what's so surprising about that? I don't think there's a mono white deck here. It's probably white just in some people's deck. Removal is super important in red. Well, red has burn spells, right? Can cut Vortex, but also I don't know. There's a Dismember, Yearling, Avalanche Riders. I think Vortex is pretty good in this deck with this many burn spells. With Char, Incinerate, Firebolt, Chain Lightning, that's a lot of burn spells. Well, the Yearling is gonna be played in the sideboard, I think, because it's not even a maze, so if your opponent's creature light, it's not even... you can't even play it, so... I don't think there is a wheel. I will be playing 16 lands because I have Black Lotus and Mana Vault. DRC will play for Science. 11 creatures with the GT. Eleven creatures kinda maybe low for the GT. Yelling, spelling, and mimicking, no cap. I will be sideboarding this very aggressively. I agree with you. No cap. What doesn't look great is 11 creatures with an equipment deck, I think, but it's GTA, so maybe it's gonna work. Should we play Scalding Turn? Do we have any reason to play Scalding Turn? Because I can't. No, I'm playing it currently. Being it can I land for Yearling? I have Wheel, I have 3 drops. I don't think I have 60 lands seems okay. DRC, that's the reason to play the land, yeah. Board Shrine, start the Yearling, Shrine slow. Yeah, but the Yearling is also bad in spots, chat. This argument flies over, chat said. A good reason to play Yearling is that it would be an extra creature. It's a 12 creature, I guess. Also, in my Prelim deck, I play second explosives because I lost to Hammer yesterday. Twice. We also have to check. Check what? Check how many points I have. I have 147, so I have the amount, but just make sure that we can never not play any preliminary. Mod's prediction for this game. Next week there is a Modern Super Qualifier. Okay, and then 22nd, 23rd is Modern Showcase. Okay. Mugilan. Deck seems insane, bros. So good. Looks like a trophy deck, yeah. We did not have a recall now. Do I play Vortex into play? Or do I just... What do I do? Do I do anything? I just play this Lotus Pyro, have 4 power. So I keep Mountain, Lotus. One thing I want to keep is a second Mountain and 2 spells to discard. Can keep Vortex, maybe. You can put back this. But then I have to put back the mountains and hope to draw mountains. No, I don't think I can keep the Vortex after with the Pyromancer. Pyro will draw 2 mountains, maybe. To suppress my graveyard for the future spell discarder. Turn 1 Vortex would draw a line in the sand. I don't know what that even means, so... Should have kept the Vortex. If that situation. Alright, drew a spell. And not a terrible one, a castable one, that's pretty good. It's actually a great draw. A 4/4 next turn if he blanks, so... You have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 power next turn. My opponent better play a Noko with the Frinthorn Elves right now. I guess the Oko just dies on board, so... Not a big deal. Oko is DOB on board. Avassin's Pilgrim. Yeah, Will would be good. Don't Pyro copy. Clog the board. Bro. Fred Wingbear, Avenger, Zendikar. What a deck. Time to play a Fractask opponent. Lonis. Band monsters. Is that gonna find Solitude? Karmic Guide for Adventure Zendikar. We lost, bros. We lost. No właśnie. Yeah, Link's gonna be good here, yeah. Oh, Phantasmal Image for the Karmic Guide for an extra clue token trigger. Nice. Maybe even put in Dismember. I didn't see artifacts. I'm going to cut the artifact destructor. How'd the Yorion deck end up? It was very good without Yorion and pretty medium with Yorion. I went 2-1, I died 1 match to way. Iona reanimate. What do we cut? Derek is sick when opponent plays Pyromancer for you to clone. Yeah, that's true. Shrine of 5 mana. It's bad. DRC. Can cut Vortex. And I think I value creatures. I have a lot of creatures in place. The Vortex could be punishing. Just raise it. Can damage Vortex. Yeah. Port might also be not worth it. No, Porf is fine. Great mana and dorks. I don't know if they had great mana. They had 2 planes and 2 elves in play for green mana. It is arguable if their mana was great. Psychedeliczny styl. Nice hand. Like, unironically, pretty nice. Too bad I don't have a Ragavan turn 1, but... Or that Firebolt is not an instant, but... Are you playing deck pre-board? I'm not now. And seem worth splashing to me. Be super punished if they were to play Mox. It's kinda good to play the Runaway Stimkin first. Extra 2 counters. I'm greedy. I haven't seen a Mox previously. And if they had a Mox, they would have just played and leveled turn 1. Would they have played last turn? Well, draw step 6s. Alright, worked out great. Next time you have Wheels, Stimkin, good stuff. Even if they Mox level, just shoot Firebolts. True. It's a sorcery, so it's not protected from neither of those. It's more damage. I guess cast it immediately. Interesting. Lotus, take mana off. Adversary. Kicked. No, kicked into Firebolt. What? Not kicked, I guess. How is it templated again? It said pay free for anniversary and I clicked done. Okay, well. I meant to be done, but I guess. Yeah, let's do that then. Alright, we'll know for the next time. It's a weird way to phrase it, Dawn. Well, Dawn of what? Yeah, I mean, I'm done with your bullshit motto. I play Thragtask, then I'll steal it with conscripts and it's gonna be good. So underdraw, I don't want Sulfuric Vortex even less, so haven't seen an artifact still. You can play Pyretic Ritual to ritual out the cough on turn 3, but we can also not do that. I think my deck is perfect. At least Swamp Oak works, at least, yeah. At least there is that. Next time when I play the adversary, I will read the pop-up closely. This is a nice hand, I would say. The Monkey Mana will help equip Giton. Yeah, like there is nothing next to the Dawn, the Dawn pop-out, which was the only button to click, which was confusing. Dawaj elfa. No nie, no ma elfa. My opponent moved to 5. I'll play the Ragavan. No! I just dismember that, it's fine. Pretty strong, but fine. Sideboard card in action. If I keep the treasure, I can Giton next turn. So let's keep it. This is 1 power yet. 2 types. Metamorph. Shiny Guide seems nice. Literally doesn't matter. Maybe I don't. Maybe I shouldn't have played this. Maybe I should equip the Giton. Yeah, I guess I should have equipped Giton. Didn't count my cards. My mana. I just assumed I will have mana for everything. Kinda awkward now, I guess, to play blocker. But I couldn't have passed the opportunity to play the Questing Beast. Yeah, like now Cough in the Grave would have been good, but missed my opportunity. Questing Beast trigger. Very non-stop. Is it possible for a human to get a monkey pregnant? No. Why is Cough in the Graveyard good? For the... I think it isn't, like, probably too much difference in... the DNA's reproductive systems. I mean, allegedly the monkey, the chimpanzee DNA is like same as humans. I played a prelim in 4 minutes, but I think that is, from what I know, it's probably not the only thing that's needed for impregnation. Can I say like balance in this cube? I think it's very rarely works well. So I'm actually not a big fan of balance. Hi Kanye, why are you trimming the spring season folklore lately? I played them the sideboard. I noticed that frequently I lose when I draw that card game 1 because it's not great against many matchups. It's great against Urza Sagas and Urza Tower, and that's it. And that's a relatively limited amount of the relatively limited portion of the metagames. So I just thought, damn, I just lose when I draw this card. Maybe let's not play it as much as I do. How would you rate it against Grixis Shadow? I found it to be D's. Inconsistent on the play, works well sometimes, but it also gives you those clunky hands that it makes it very easy for your opponent to make your hand to a bad hand when your hand is not very rich with good cards but has C's instead, and your opponent just counters your C's, or rather discards your other spells, strands you with C's, and like it's can be okay against landline hands, but it's inconsistent. So overall, I think it's not good. Yeah, you log Grixis Death Shadow like 30% of the time, maybe it's like actually impacts their plays, but it's not like Island is blank for them, and it's not like they can't play spells. I guess when you make their land into an island, they're going to go, sure, let me hold up Drown the Lock or cast Iteration, then you just wasted mana. And wasting mana is pretty bad. What modern deck you're playing? 4-color Yorion with 3 Deluges. So the challenge deck, I guess, with almost no changes, but I went 0-2 on the challenges, so let's try it once again. Are you liking Deluge? I think so. And more games required to get a better feel. Banana peel. Keep. My opponent last seen 7 days ago with Mardum midrange. Mardum midrange is red black with white. Cathar Commando. Path to Exile. Bone Crusher Giant. Oh, this is a Ludus deck. I don't know, let's see if they're gonna play it. Mods prediction for the match score. I'll set it myself. Fuck. I turned out the voice. Now you can hear it. But Don't like my position anymore. I've got a clock. What? I got jebaited even harder. This is gonna be some kind of blue-red control deck. Or something. I don't know, some Blue Moon deck or some stupid like that. But I don't know. I fetch like this so that I can play Witness by top deck 1. Lava Dart. They don't have Lurus either, so they probably will have Moon. Fetching Island too. Crash through. Okay, so this is a prowess deck. I guess I played opts in blue-red, right? Phoenix. Spikefield Cave, Lava Dart. Is that a combo or a synergy? Araclite Phoenix might be in their deck, yeah. Doesn't look like a moon mana base though, so maybe we can dodge that. Birgi. Scary. Only pass, not scary. Guess worst case they're going to Lava Dart and cast a Bolt, but honestly that's not even scary. And I'd rather them not Chum block. Alright, there's 10-1 Fury working surprisingly well so far against a deck that's supposedly Lightning Bolt deck. Yo Kanye, I finally installed Modern and checked your elementals, they're dope. Enjoy. Deluge into my graveyard, they discarded Underworld Breach. Makes sense. Sanctified on Vec is going to look great against their decks. This is some kind of an Underworld Breach Bergi combo deck. So it was good to play this, I guess. This is not Belcher, although I was afraid. First I was afraid, I was petrified, but Sanctifier seems to stop them pretty cold. Force Sense good, Spreading Seas unplayable. Maybe Explosives, because you can hold it on 2 against the Breach. For sure this. He didn't seem to play creatures, I don't know if they do. Birgi. So Bolt's good. Prismatic Ending not so good. Ephemerate against Lava Dart seems kinda bad to have. See Explosion I remember yesterday. What do you remember, John Star? Try this way. Not sure about the Fury Solitudes. I play Urza Saga next game? Probably not. The 2-5 on weekend tournaments I suck. I do that routinely. I wanted to say that I don't suck. Like I wanted to say it in a oh I see I do that routinely, I don't suck way, but actually, well, it's good to suck every now and then. It's natural. Somebody posted more leaked cards in the Discord. Let's take a look at them. Cameo of Transience. 2 mana 2/2, Trample, Spirit. You can cast an enchantment, put a counter, bring up an end step. When an enchantment was put into your graveyard from the battlefield, you may return Cameo of Transience from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty weird. That's kinda Kamigawa worthy. Like some Kamigawa vibes, a little bit strong. Like would feel better as a 3 mana 1/1. But close enough. 1 black, Artifact Vehicle, Mukotai Soul Ripper. What is this? What is it, a vehicle? It's like a power suit? It's pretty creepy, weird. 2 mana 4/3. Attacks may sack another artifact or creature. Damn, when you sack the creature, you enters it. Against counter and Queen's Menace. Mecha. That's pretty based. Light Boss, Emperor's Voice. 2 mana 2/2. Legendary creature, Fox Advisor. Light Boss. Whenever an aura enters the battlefield under your control, if you cast it, you may search your library for an aura card. Mana value less than or equal to that aura. Yeah, sure. Something auras. Something. It's my favorite artifacts. Krark Clan Ironworks. Fury set confirmed. Yeah. Hehehe, I needed to play Mountain instead of fetching for an island. Yeah. Fetching. Also referring to vehicles. My favorite vehicle is... I don't know, bro. Very hard question. Cruiser from Vintage Shops. I like Sky Sovereign from Vintage Shops. This one's pretty cool. Should be quite hard for them to beat. Lava teared me. Ouch. Why? Why they lava dart me? Me. Stop. I think that's worth counterspelling. She's scared with visions of monsters and suffering, and all her visions come true. It's like Johnster. I think for tempo purposes I will counterspell too, so I don't know if they can do anything omega threatening. Or you should get a fetch land. I'm gonna get a land next turn too. Canister, do you think you will ever be able to overcome this dark period in your career and return to your glory days, or are you simply a hollow dark shell of your former self? Dark. And I prefer to think that I'm a dunk version of my former self. Rather than a dark one, but also, how was the kebab? Pretty nice. I liked it. Just was a bit cold. If I with double rand pings, not anymore. Borgi. Sometimes in those spots, people would say, like on my side, they would say GG, nice deck, while absolutely crushing my opponent. They like their deck didn't seem nearly functional. But I personally avoid that because I don't know if their deck was that nice. Fuck, I misgave the prediction. Chat, how do I take it back? I misclicked. No. Is it possible to take it back? You can't? Fuck. No. Not the first time. Alright, that doesn't matter. Just, you know, just bet again with the points. If you falsely gained points, just bet them again on the next occasion. It's gonna be fine. This is why we should have mods do the predictions. Because they're much more reliable at clicking correctly than I am. I don't know about that. Well, yeah, depends on which mod exactly. Let's continue our Frio hunt in the cube and let's just forget about this prediction mishap that happened. I also tried to reread the Fox again because I didn't understand what it does. Whenever you cast an aura, you may search your library for an aura card. Why does it, whenever an aura enters the battlefield, if you cast it? Why cannot it be just whenever you cast an aura? For simplicity's sake. You may search your library for an aura with mana value less than that aura with different name. Then each aura Then different name than each aura control. Okay, so you can search for a new aura with cost less than or equal and attach it to light boss. Or Candres to stop it, yeah. I don't know, I don't think Candres stopping it is... What's this? It's like the Aniki emote. It's if you cast it, so it doesn't loop with itself. Yeah, but if it said if you cast an aura, right, then it would also not loop with itself, but... If you like the Goosh book, you'll love this. Plutron, the best second modern. Page 1 of 99. Nick Brown, Callum Gillespie, Dan Cheshire. You guys are awesome. Written with thanks to the 4 nuns. Nuns? What is Blutron? A Wars GX-tron? Why play Utron? A toolbox, a personal statement, flexible and editable. Checklist. What's a personal statement? Utron, more than other control decks, has a huge scope of personal deck building choice. Whilst a good number of the cards are staples, there are a large number of flex slots and a wide range of cards are completely playable. Our plentiful supply of colorless mana opens the door to a lot of weird cards that would normally only see the table during EDH games. This customization aspect is important for a deck's competitiveness, but mostly allows you to create a deck that you thoroughly enjoy playing while still being effective. Yeah, it looks really nice. Nice formatting, like... It's kind of weird that there is like space here and it's normal size, but maybe it's a still skull choice that I don't get. Is it page dedicated to the Mono-Red Prism matchup? Combo decks, Neo Brand. How old is it? The best second model. Wars GX Tron. Utron is completely different deck from conventional Tron. Okay, it's just different. Honestly, I don't think the Gash book is that weird, because I have multiple 100+ page books on specific chess openings, so I don't know, maybe chess people are weird too. It's weird because the only one, and it also just says the same thing over and over, with the same words. So it feels a little bit not like masturbatory and not productive in passing knowledge from the small parts that we read on stream. I don't think I want to waste. Well, do I want to waste? The dual lands might wanna screw them too. I guess. Snap waste? I don't have Snapcaster. Also, it doesn't interact with Wasteland anyway. And neither I have blue mana in my deck. Yeah, we have Lotus and Mana Vault to draw, so I guess those are the best draws I have. Anyways. I would have won the Wasteland for mana source. There was a lengthy book like KCI guides that some random person wrote, and it was pretty good, and like was just very informative First and foremost. It's just explaining the like loops in detail and like what they like kind of indexing them, archiving them. I don't know what's the word for that. Play creature and attack. I forgot. Again, I forgot. Maybe that's why I don't free-o. Get distracted, chat. Yeah. Documenting, yeah. Try lightning. Dawn. There's Dawn and Cancel, the two fucking buttons to the same thing. I guess, well, do they? I guess if you pay mana and you cancel, then you're gonna activate 0 times. But there is on some card there has been like 2 buttons that did the same thing. I don't remember. Is it Company? Company had the cancel button or something like that? Or Confirm? Yeah, I know that I didn't pay the floating mana. So the cancel button does something different if I pay the floating mana. Nice Wasteland. Nice cough. But unironically, actually. Company had okay in case you don't want to put creatures into play. Okay. Okay. We have you surrounded now, Kaniki-kun, with fucking Matari Shapers. Sad. Alright, that answers this pretty nicely. Maybe I answer this now. No, probably not. Probably Char, attack phase, or Firebolts, attack, kill. Char probably gonna be better later, can kill a dragon or something. And this might be tougher to use. What edition is this land full art? Unhinged, I think. Uncringed. I should have named the next unset Uncringed. That'll be a good name. No! I'm dead, bros. Actually dead. Jump blocker and then draw Lotus. Play Titan. I think I kept it. Maybe I should have Morgan. That's a name already. Yeah, but I mean the next one. The next set afterwards will be named Uncringed. Okay, next game. Can still draw Lotus into Titan, kill Lelelia. Block Harrowset. Have Titan killed with Firebolts. Die. So yeah, next game. Alright, so I think Sulfuric Vortex doesn't seem so hot, and I'll be utilizing... Dismember can answer not... the cost of 4 life, pretty hefty, but can answer Hazard. Not great. Not a big fan of that. I'm gonna board just the Cavu, probably. Cut Waste. Yeah, the Wasteland. I could cut my Reshadan port and then too, so that I can Creatures make up like 99% of decks in Vintage Cube. Yeah, but Flame Tongue Cowboy is not good against all creatures. And they need not to appear and they need to be commonplace. So yeah, I can blank their Wasteland by boarding on the Manlands. I don't know if that's 3-head or 2-head. Is it worth to bring in Hype this memory for Hazard? I'm thinking about it, but probably pretty bad. On the play, can keep Eidolon, maybe, probably. Is Wheel kinda good in the mirror? Doesn't seem to be. You play with fairs. Oh, this, I guess it beats Hazard. We used to have to display our Vulshog refugees in red mirrors. Sections from red, 1 red, wow. Wow. Wasteland, they had the Plateau. Wasteland too. Maybe Mountain is gonna be better. Indeed, over the Wasteland. Alright, let's go. It was designed to introduce more variance into red mirrors, so good players would get frustrated and play something else, balancing the meta. Nice. Sound like bullshit too. It's better to play Jitte on turn 2 or Shadowland board. Probably Jitte. Actually, no. I don't know. Let's make that decision next turn. They can waste me turn 1, but it's okay. Also, then die to Slugster and blocked Inferno Titan. Yeah, for sure it did all of those things. I believe you. I think porting them is actually good. Then on turn 4 we can try to go DLC Pow Pow, equip immediately, something like that. Ancient Tomb. No! Can't play cards. Ancient Tomb. What now? DRC GT. So the draft for them to both crew and kill, maybe, hopefully. DRC tap Tomb. Maybe DRC tap Mountain. Yeah, I think DRC tap Mountain seems like it lends itself the best to using the Giton next turn. Also, if Bamzing... I said that if Bamzing requests beast again, I will need to time him out for unlawful usage of the song request function, so... I'm sorry. Beast. Planes. Was it him though? It was him, yeah. I checked. Alright, spooky planes. They have plow to sword shares and... Whoa, whoa. Interesting draw. I think I'd still equip GTA. There's no need to play a Titan. I don't think it's that great right now. And this like draws out the removal. If they have a plow, then they will plow this. Seems like reanimated Titan type of a game. How do you reanimate a Titan? I'm a pog. I'm a pog. Wow, this is so strong. There's no escape. Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine if in Magic you would get a Black Lotus every upkeep. Instead of lands, you just get a Black Lotus every upkeep produced. Lands, like as a card type, wouldn't exist. Like cards like Avalanche Riders would not make much sense. Chardecopter, that seems wasteful. It's my way to cast a Titan. Yeah, also a battle display on top. The card is named Battle Display, destroy target artifact. I think at this point I can just play the Giante. With the GT on 4. Use your brain. Wait, is there life after death? What is this all we got? This stream. This life. This Twitch chat. Reject the written words. Use your inner brain. Wasn't pinging the Hollow Blood. I have the GT, so I will GT it in combat. I don't know why, like, why would I? They just let it happen and then I -1 damage KW. I think. I mean, depends on when you value 1 damage or a 1 GT counter, but I think, well, I guess 1 GT counter is better. Well, no, because you also save for an irrelevant card, then it's like -1 damage, because I'm going to do the same thing. Well played, says opponent, after I pointed a char at their face. It wasn't necessarily badly played, yeah. We're gonna waste one for a tomb. And the draw probably makes sense though, because pretty low opportunity cost. Dismember on the draw sounds not good. Well, it kinda hits some other cards, but it's the Hollow Blade too, but just 4 life is super scary. Black Cleave Cleaves. Season Spiral. Oh no. Board, but I drew the den. I played a 2-2. And not attack. Done. I wish I had Dismember over the stupid Wheel of Fortune. But it's definitely on Spike Feather, yeah. Fever. Spike Fiver. I let them scry one too many times. But or any other Witten word. I love Warrior Dyson, a helicopter crash in the Vietnam War of MP3. I listened to Warrior. What? I read Warrior Dyson, helicopter crash in Vietnam. Interesting. Terrible fates awaiting Warrior. Maybe there is no hell. Who knows? Does look bad for me, to me. I like a song called Fortnite Funny Moments Epic Fails episode 1413. 413, and YouTube takes it down for misleading titles sometimes. Is this a song? I guess that's why it's misleading, since I'm asking. Attacking? Okay. Need an iteration. Don't have deluge mana, unfortunately. Just let it die, trade for a token. Doesn't seem very weird. Four mana. Sad. Alright, Reno iteration. Teferi. Lands. Works too. Sucker. How they have 4 cards and I have 0? Like, how did that happen? When they gain their card advantage? And the companion. Well, that happened when this was deployed, I guess. Double white, but I don't know what's the best fetch. Okay, they have no cards now too. Good. Well, to an extent, good. It was very uninspiring. And to get more counters on Steam Kun. Punch through. Maybe equipping GT was a move too, but then I would have... It would re-equip because I would trade for that creature. Alright, so they escaped Croxa. Ice Fetter, Spanish. I guess they have white up, so they have path. I should equip this. Punish. I have to fetch for free because I didn't have double white. Maybe it's going to be fatal. Sweet Spear. It's set to 1, right? So I guess this can block. This can attack as a 3-3. Well, but it's not attacking. Did I counterspell last turn with Rabagan? You can actually kill a god. How can you kill a god? Well, with Jitte. With Giton. Whoa. I guess can attack or block. GG, question mark. Question mark. Alright, 2-0. Can you get a trophy? We haven't gotten one in a while. Okay, actually alive here. She's a post combat. Bro, just should have just played your Shizo. Now we can simply drive Fury and kill all monsters. What have we learned from this draft? Draft Dread? Yeah, well, I think Mono Red is amongst the better way to utilize Black Lotus, yeah. Let's go, Fury. I have ending in my deck, so it's gonna keep this untapped. Fury, 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 red card, Fury, red card, Fury, red card. We didn't draft red, we drafted what was open. Well, the statement we didn't draft red is false. Dead. DOB on board. Red card was there, but the Fury, not so much. EE to answer Turax. Actually, don't want the spreading seas. That's too many cards. It's got counterspell. Then this doesn't seem good. Spending mana on searching. It's way too expensive. Helicopter, helicopter. What language is that, chat? Chat, this song is titled Helicopter and he's singing about the helicopter, but the music video actually contains many scantily clothed women dancing and stacks of money. I won't show it on the screen because then they always demonetize or even straight up remove my Twitch, YouTube VOD, so we'll avoid that this time. Probably wrong fast to play. Ornithopter, ornithopter. Well, you need lots of money to own a helicopter. True. Actually, countering my memory deluge. There was also a brief moment where he, for a half of the second, he spun in around in fast, how do you say it? Fast motion, like a helicopter himself. Western Ray Dasher anymore. No, there is a helicopter in the video. There was. But there were also ladies. And then there was also a twist at the end of the video because the guy woke up behind the wheel of some, I don't know if it was a, jak się mówi na wózek widłowy? Forklift. Yeah, and then he like seemed mad. So it was as if he woke up from a base stream where he owned a helicopter and stuff was happening, but then he's like, oh no, I woke up in my mundane shit job again. Sucks. The Lucius is gonna be exiled, but I'll manage. Ending Tefari? We just don't need ending. Yeah, let's take the far iteration. I want... If this was paper, you could have taken all 4. Okay, I guess. If this was paper, we could have taken all 4. La 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 like and na na na. No point queries it. You say, well, x is 4. Yeah. Well, x is 4. Seems correct to me. You think my opponent will ever cast a discard spell? Oh, is it happening? Nah, not happening. DN_MC6000, thank you for your subscribe, bitch. I actually don't want to spend the bolt if they have to rack. I know I can spend the bolt. I can weld the Turak. Not gonna be dropping to 6 to die to 2 bolts. Damn, any weak links in the chat? Right there, yeah. Me too. I play Lurito, okay. In play, there is no place for Lurito and nothing else. All my heart I'm restless, I have an August future, it's coming on, I'm happy and useless. Can attack with 1. I shouldn't say. Attacking is a bad idea. Never attack, chat. Alright, now I'm going to lose game 3 because my opponent's going to have the nuts draw and I'm going to have a weak draw. Whoops. Buddy once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. But I have balls, so... And the Sanctifier. So Sanctifier kinda weird champ against the Doffy, can't block Doffy. Forehead. Chat, in the meme channel, somebody linked, deepfaked. In the meme channel in the Discord, somebody a few days ago linked deepfaked Eminem singing the Vaporeon copy pasta. I need to find it. I think so, at least. It was pretty funny. It's like Eminem but Vaporeon. It's kind of hard to make out what he says, though. No 1-mana removal. This keep equals death. Keep. Keep. Keep that, said the song. Slow down. Hey guys, guess what I learned about Vaporeon today? Okay? Let's guess. Thankfully opponent just cast discard spell, so I'll make land ups and top deck powerfulness. I say as they deploy Ragavon now. No, bro, you can't just deploy Ragavon like that. Then also Rick and Morty. Well, not really reference, just Rick and Morty, good one. I think I'll have time to cycle. Monkey too strong. Come on, play the... Oh, sure. Play the iteration. If not, then just play land and Turak. Monkey is too strong though. People in raid have copy him. I think it is. Well, red got too much this year. Ragavan is unfair. Be careful not to make a sound. And one of these cards? Sure. Alright, Sanctifier at the top. That's my... That saves me. Timely. I haven't cast anything this game. Need to cast Deluge now. Didn't grab Lurus. I know they have something. Maybe an Omnapanzer. Terminate. Or a K command. Maybe like K command. Can well that. I'm thinking Deluge. Okay, didn't hit the Fari. Give me the Turak Pro. DRC Channeler. And Black Mana. What is that gonna be? Duffy Voidwalker. Wow. Okay, that's just not lining up very well against my opponent's creatures, and they still gonna play discard spell afterwards for sure. Yeah. How do you ever play? I mean, I stumbled here. But like that just happens so often that you stumble. You can still draw the Sanctifier right now, I guess. Still gonna be kinda great. Okay. I think that red likes a little better and the meta makes it look. What do you mean? Then the meta makes it look. It's a generically great deck, yeah. I mean, like every deck with the same core, like this cards plus Ragavan's good. Are you arguing that it's better than Grixis? Maybe it is in some ways. It doesn't have iteration though, which is like the scary aspect of Grixis that makes them grind too, so. there is little desire for me to there would be little desire for me to play red black when, you know, I'm not really about playing Doffy Voidwalker over iteration, right? That's, I think I would say. Walking home today, some fucker bumped into me and instantly started talking shit about aluminium being the best metal. I tried to remain calm and explain to him that iron was actually the best metal, but he wouldn't take a hint. He started throwing around words like rust, and I lost it. I punched him right in this fucking aluminium loving fuckface. I hate aluminium so goddamn much, really. Where does the disdain come from? It's pretty weird. The rest of the dream then. Bros, in all honesty, no cap, getting a tiny bit tired of Lurus of the Dream Den and Ragavan of the Dream Den. think the 60 card for column of control is pretty poor. But honestly, I've been losing all the games with my deck. So lately, so. Maybe it's the poorer one. Nie na klawiaturze, proszę, kotku. Chodź. Chad, no bantok. For a reason. It's because you're going to start just slamming your keyboards with your opinions, which are not all that worthwhile. With a force of 1000 suns, we couldn't, talk about how Grant McDonald is based, etc. Yeah, we are outsourcing that in Spike's chat. Thank you for the Radiant Drake. Yes, they're gonna have Deliriums, they can hit the Teferi now. Okay, Shadow. Masz może Rogrina na środę? Chyba nie mam. Mogę sprawdzić. Nie sądzę, żebym miał. But I thought you had the chińskiego. The chiński one. Maybe I'm playing the chiński one. Jebak. Chińskiego ma chyba jajo, no to... Nie wiem, to podjeść do niego do pracy czy coś. Albo niech on ci podjedzie, czy tam jakoś się ugadajcie, albo niech da Homikosowi. Google translated that very correctly. This is what Jędrek said because he lamented that I do not have a Rogrin Triumph for the Wednesday FNM for him to land. I just fucking draw a land. Be easier. Strong enough. Are you going to pitch RFMRE? Unless they would dash Ragavan, then I would pitch solid to RFMRE. But whatever is the reason not to play a Ragavan deck? The reason will be that you believe you have a good matchup against them, which I keep claiming, but then I lose sometimes. And then I justify it saying it's a 55% matchup. Which I think is true. But the 55% matchup against that is not enough to justify, like even if it's 55%, it's not enough to justify playing 4-color over monkeys then. Bloodstained Mire entered the Exila. That's Power Sun. Dress down. Living End has a good GTS matchup, it's still not good right now. Why would Living End have a good GTS matchup? It's some like claim from I don't know what it's based on. It seems nonsensical. It can be too poor for monkeys and play 4-color. Yeah. Only 3 cards. Let's hit at the ferry. Instead of cycling it, seems better. They trade for a heat, that's okay. Heat will be fine for them. Makes Prismatic End incastable on their turn. Who are you gonna attack? The ferry. Moments before Ragavan's demise, Ragavan experienced a shattering revelation. Lurus Grabbage, Kroxa casting. Plays a Croxacaster. 2 cards left. Desu Shadow. Dziękuję. GDS list don't play a lot of graveyard removal, plus the fact that your deck runs a lot of cycles helps combat this card. Yeah, but do you know why GDS lists don't play a lot of graveyard removal? It's because Living End is not a threat to them. Strong Croxa for them. I think I'll discard Witness. They don't play a lot of graveyard hate because graveyard decks don't really exist. Yeah, because they're not much of a threat. Like the Shadow has Clock, discard removal. How good is your do nothing, have to resolve one spell to win deck gonna be against them? It can be great. Just think about it. You literally have to resolve one. You just don't see how GTS beats a resolved Living End. It beats an unresolved one. It feels like a silly argument to make. I used to beat resolved Living Ends a lot with Elementals. Because recently it actually went pretty big. But, you know, like most decks beat Living Ends by stopping the Living End from being cast. Yeah, you need like Solitude Ephemerate. Sometimes you do like, in response to Living End, discard Solitude, then it comes back, you can Ephemerate later. Or with actual Elementals you went Risen Reef into Omnath, into big moves, gain lots of life, make a lot of mana, do a lot of stuff, and Double Reef just went bigger than the Living End. Wasn't able to keep that. Hey Kanye, what do you think about the normal elemental version right now? I don't think it's a good deck. Unfortunately, because it just has too bad of a curve with no 1-drops. Like no good 1-drops. No good 2-drops really, just reactive cards at one mana. There's nothing proactive you can play in elemental sets fits the deck. Since one of the trophy leaders say living in Andy. Chad, I'm not arguing that living end is the worst deck ever. I'm arguing that living end is not necessarily favored against Grixis. And my guess would be that I would rather be on the Grixis side of the matchup. As the quest of resolving a 3-mana spell, which is effectively what the game boils down to, is not necessarily an easy one. What about Harbinger? Not good enough. Yeah, Harbinger is not necessarily proactive. You just kind of play it, find your stuff, but you're just setting it up for the reef, right? It doesn't actually do itself. It doesn't actually do stuff itself. And it also, like, if Living End is favored against Grixis, it's a matchup that can be very easily fixed from one deck's side in a post-board game, while the other one has virtually no tools that they could use. So that also is a thing. But yeah, like Living End is a deck. It's like structurally sound deck, and those things. My point is just one card left. I guess they forces me 4 times. Once again, I'm dying without casting a spell. Let's withdraw something. So funny, literally. 3 lands, 4 Thoughtseize, Shadow. Take spell. I mean, I did cut those, but they're not doing anything, so I'm not counting them as spells. Discard your spells. Attack for 9, attack for 9. Good. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Living in with Tergrid, Mono Black, Mame Dream. So funny, yeah. Fisting, 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 fisting. It's a nice gachi song. Maybe you're going to draw the Sanctifier on Vec eventually. Like when I mulligan, I feel like I already fucking lost against this deck. Nice. So I don't even want to keep spells. I should just keep Freelance, Abandon Grove, play off my top decks. I can draw a spell off of that, so doesn't sound like a great plan, but... yeah. Can request out of stock. Well, they refresh. You can request one per 24 hours. So probably somebody requested it within 24 hours from now. I don't recall that. We will listen to Thought today, so that's probably that. Feasting. Feasting. I mean, like, viewers, kind of a low amount of viewers right now anyway, so you can just like let one grand slide. No people to scare with, like everybody who's like, it's 243 people, so those who would be scared off by it probably not watching today. Like a bitch, and you are a bitch, like a bitch. Low amount seems like the regular amount of views. Really? If I go into my channel analytics page in the creator dashboard, it will show me that we got, within the last month, the average amount of viewers is 377. It's a screenshot because I had to edit it because it was actually 177. Revenue. Follow subscriptions. So I didn't want to show the revenue, but I guess I did. So I attempted to screenshot to, because there was a revenue underneath that, and I thought I would be smart by not copying the revenue tab, but then there was a second one. Island's kind of bad. Of witness I have raw green. So the revenue from what's only not bad? No, it's revenue from everything. Don't you tend to get around 600 views on weekends so it evens out? Alright, since we leaked already, can check a look. Sunday 400, Monday 257, and 50, 300, 312, 322, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday 306. So I would say that overall today seems lower than typical than most days. That's today. Do you get money if I use adblock? No, if any of you ever uses adblock on my channel ever, I'll not get anything. So please don't do that. They will cancel all of that sum. I heard Manguchi use adblock on your channel. Damn. Not cool. Alright, this game is going pretty okay for a move to 4. I'd imagine my hand had 4 cards right now and not 3. That would be, and not 1, that would be kinda based, right? Yeah, Spell Pierce. I guess maybe I should have played the Witness right now. I think I should play the Witness. Yeah. I think a mistake. Recently I saw my friend browsing without adblock. How can someone use the internet without it? Question mark. I think that might be a question that your friend might be capable of answering. I think I potentially, well, maybe I could have saved this game if I hadn't played the Spell Pierce here. So, might have blew it. Boo. Blue. You're gonna have 5 cards, maybe if all of them are lands. Ready to use your prime on whom's? Come on. And a cringe. I'm friends with streamer. Yeah. Friends for sure, yeah. Sub, gift bits, donate, yeah. Yeah, friends. Yo, buds, haha. How was your day? Haha, yeah. Hey. Sun shines for us. Jessica, baby, please don't make me cry. Tylko buzi daj. Jessica, baby, please don't break my heart. Udowodnię ci, że jestem wart. Daj mi trochę czas. I show you how I dance. About us i nie liczy się czas. Ja no dress. Have you tried GDS? Are you asking me if I've played a deck? Yes. I played it and I two prelims and then I switched to some others last weekend. That is a Omega powerful deck and I'll be playing more of it soon. Have you tried Hava? What's Hava? GDS is great when your opponent moves to 4. It's also great generally speaking. I'm kind of drawing fire though. My opponent is drawing fire. What's that gonna be? Dress down or drown? Dress down. The unescapable grip. Thank you for the sub, Ikashi. Thank you for the sub, Derp. Herb 010. You need more Amulet Gaming. Amulet doesn't excel against Grixis. In fact, it does the opposite. Amulet is pretty weak to dress down Thoughtseize, Unholy Heat, and Drown the Luck. Drown the Luck to lesser extent. I guess it's like sometimes you don't have 6 cards in the graveyard because the deck runs no fetches, but often you do, and then also, earlier I said that I'm a little bit tired of Ravagan. Then I remember that my cube deck, I drafted Ragavan. Hypocrisy much? Yeah. .xxx Yo! I slammed the desk out of tilt because I get yet another one lender, and I'm keeping it because my mental game is easily influenced by strings of variance not in my favor. Fetch Temple Garden, so I don't draw it with 2 iterations in my hand. Hard as rocks. I drew a second lane, I did not deserve it. I wanted to just die to mana screw for content. And then just play grind the game 2 and die to Merfolks too. Nice. Yo! Were the grand taxes paid? Shh. Shh. Don't spell pierce. Oof. I wouldn't even say that Camship is a good song. but it's definitely a powerful song. That's for sure. Counterspell, not so good. Quata, not so good. No! Let me take it in. Never attack. I never listened to this song closely enough to understand that the friend with grandma that died was subverted this way. That's actually pretty funny. What are you looking for? Shoulder to cry on? Well, have you checked? Good one, good one. Wait, I said one ground, not all the grounds. This one's okay, but no more. Hey, time machine is legal. Anyways, it's fine. Don't think I could have played on the second board. What about the fifth one? I have the board. Good hint then. I have a Pioneer tournament coming up this weekend. Any thoughts on what you could recommend to play for that? Take my Pioneer deck from yesterday, from my Stream Decker page. Add some sideboard threats. Done. Maybe Monstery Mentor. Yes, control. Deck yesterday seemed pretty based. Double greens, I guess, get Ketria. I could have traveled through time, I would pick out the days. And I would hold my loved one again. Force. Buy Bitcoin 2005. What does Grant say in the song Time Machine? He says that the time machine should only be used for love, not for amassing wealth. You also shouldn't do things that would change the future too much, though. Yes, as evidenced by the excellent documentary Back to the Future. Very kind of weak now. Very is kind of a weak link now. Have you seen the Back to the Future Predicted 9/11 YouTube video? No, but it's self-apparent. Self-evident. Oh no, you can't tap my eternal witness. Yeah, the second ball they can't play around. Dodge this, bro. Ha! Omnath, locus of creation. What's for mana? Subtlety? No! It's actually very strong. Expected it to just resolve. I think I want to redraw Jomnath, but not sure. You won't have the second one, will you? You will. Monka S. Top? Again? I don't know, maybe at this point it's not even good. I'll try again next turn, I think. Honestly, not sure the fetch should even be played because maybe it's bad. It's good if I draw another one. Holy shit, that is an ancient clip, it is. I would watch it, but I cringe when I watch my own clips, even nowadays, so I would watch this one, I probably would cringe much, so I will avoid that. No fourth one. Sad. Yeah. Oh. Hello. This is Arnold. Exquisite timing, bro. What a timing it is. Down, up. Maybe they didn't want me to give me any life. Seems bad though. Wait, I don't have double red. Okay, we have 40. Wait, I don't even have blue. That was kind of terrible. Save though. Down, up. But actually, Fury the two small ones and plus the Fairy. I think my play had roughly no upsides. For energy. I don't know what point things. Are we 2-2 the Prelim, a score which I am not really all that proud of. I guess 50% win rate is 50% win rate. Announcing the Popper format panel. I love Popper. Okay. Let's watch the video. Why would we read? 25 minutes? So 50% we beat Merfolk. Yeah, we beat Merfolk and Bergi. Okay, I read it because it's going to be faster. Around 15 years ago, I remember starting to play the format Magic Online. Today, I want to announce something big for Popper. Which I recommend you to do, as you'll get even more than you do in this article. So what did he announce? He didn't say. Introducing the Popper format panel. Popper has always had an incredible community. The PFP takes that and puts those expert community members as the driving force within the format. The Popper format panel consists of 7 people, including myself and 6 notable Popper community members from around the world. So the Popper format panel will be on about 8. Final decision making. Just let Twitter discourse influence bans instead. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of that, right? Think they could make r/modern magic the collective modern panel? Also, time pick the PFP decisions will be taken wholesale and put into action. Occasionally, there may be additional questions asked by our play design graph that we should dig into, but often play design will trust the expertise of the PFP. But don't just take it from me, you can go watch my video above where each member introduces themselves, okay? Now that the PFP has been formed, and while we don't have anything to announce at this time, we can expect to hear more soon. I mean, for those who enjoy Pooper, because they print those cards and then the Pooper is unplayable, so those who enjoy Pooper, I guess, it's good. Why did it take so long? I want to be transparent with you here about the challenges. To properly decide to ban a card, it takes a lot of discussion, format knowledge and analysis. We lack those. Popper is smaller. Okay. And those take a lot of attention. It's very modern. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's also like, yeah, and they don't want to devote resources to Popper, so they just... Do you think they pay them for that? Or is it voluntary work? Out of sheer passion for Popper. Would you accept a seat in the modern committee if half of that panel were modern magic user? Just like nameless modern magic users? I don't know, that would be hard. Well, they won't make modern panel because they could, you know, the panel will tell them, oh, ban Lurus. And they'll be like, no, but Lurus is based. And they'll be like, oh. Then the panel will be like, oh, I guess you said it's based, it's based. Popper is not an area of strong expertise for most people at Wizards, yeah. I mean, all makes sense, all makes sense. Alright, I'll finish my cube draft because I need to win a match to regain my self-confidence and sense of self-worth. Probably the same thing said twice, but... Then we just win the Merfolks? Yeah, that doesn't count, right? It's like... I would count as 2 losses, but in winning against Merfolk is the neutral result, neutral result, so... Started my first cube deck yesterday and I thought it was decent, most reanimate stuff and recall, but only went 1-2. Well, you either got unlucky or you get misplayed. Probably. Recall pretty good. If so, who are they? Well, every single one of those people was described as a proper master player. I know master. It's a good word, I guess. I forgot that we had the mono blue Tron document open. Keep. Not a very powerful hand, but... Master of Paupers, I'm pulling your strings. Funny. No! Damn. The game is kind of over. Cancel. Need GTA to carry me. Pretty hard. All the pitches as bad as the EDH committee though. Why is the EDH committee bad? What's so bad about it? I think I'll use Flame Spill on this. GTA has only 1 arm in this picture. I don't know how well it can carry you. I meant... literally. Not... it's the opposite of literally. Ironically. Yeah, not figuratively, I meant it literally. No, I meant it literally. I need the GTA to carry me. Elder Gangarov. I guess. One match I got beat by Char. I had lethal on board, but wanted to set up on the reanimate spell. Next time went to free with Emerald Seal as he was Sultai. Then he went Scaling turn, fed Char, so random. Sounds pretty random. I seldom play Char in decks that I'm on red. Oh no, bro, something big is coming. I don't feel so good, bros. The GT is very strong though. Wants tokens, just random guys to wield the GT. Let's play Lelia. Chat, do you think if Umezawa's GT was legal, would Hammer play a single copy of Umezawa's GT in their deck? It's a trick question. That's a trick. The trick is that they would. I mean, you probably wouldn't play more than one. Why would you play more than one? Just play more Stoneforge Mystics, Skill Shapers, Gift Tools. I think they'll play more. Natural Order, tank. Get Progenitus, go. No, my GT! Fuck. I don't feel so good, bros. Maybe if I drop Inferno Titan or Wheel of Fortune, it's still gonna be hard to get through this. What are they reanimating on this? Well, Jogmot. Maybe we'll get their game too. Flametongue Yearling seems pretty powerful against them. We've seen a Mox. That's kinda it. Dismember against 2/6/6/6 that we've seen, also pretty good. Yeah, I need Dismember. Who's for animate dead? I'm playing Monred. Nice add-on plus Riders against Mana Dorks deck. Soko better than GT in the cube. I think colorless cards, colorless as a pick one. I think the colorlessness is better. And like, I don't know, power level wise, people like say that Oko is the best card ever, but I think it's not the best card ever. I think it's very powerful, but also need to take into consideration the meta cards are in. No, you don't. Shit hands. I mean, not that bad if they don't have mooks. Would you put in the top 25 vintage cube cards? Okay, yeah. But not top 5. Augur of Autumn. Let's play Lalelia. Top 9. I refuse to elaborate further. I think I would put it top 5 behind the suit of Broken Artifact Ramp. At the Broken Artifact Ramp it's 7 cards. Because there's 5 Moxen, Lotus, Sol Ring. And then there's also Time Walk and the draw 3. Yeah, Mana Crypt and +1. Well, Mana Crypt just played and you die to it all the time, it kinda sucks. PPH. I kinda hate Mana Crypt and Vintage, like when I play it and I die to it, probably 30% of the time I played I die to it. I don't know how often it makes me win, but I've been pondering cutting. I guess maybe I should cut it from the Null Rod deck. Hey, if you play Ravager, you can sacrifice it. And I don't play Ravager, so maybe I should play Mana Crypt. Won an unwinnable game against one shops because they kept losing crypt flips. Yeah, I mean, like, I witnessed many games and no co ty, no spierdalaj! To jest trzecia tura. Już mi Primusa grasz. Mordo, ryju, byku, dziku. Not cool. Yes. It's persist too, so like, what am I supposed to do? Black Lotus is overrated. Okay. I think Ancestor is better. Chad, I think Counterspell is better than Noko. So how can Mana Drain be better than Noko? Natural Order better than Lotus. As evidenced by this match. Skull Clamp question mark. Skull Clamp is bottom half of cards in the cube. Alright, I made up Oko better than Counterspell, but Counterspell very good. But Skull Clamp kinda is bottom half cards in the cube. Shana can make them attack. Does Sandra synergize with Lelia? No, it's not. Come on, which one? Counterspell or Skull Clump? Stomach Bite and Ancestral? I think Ancestral is way better. Yeah, I take off time over Rocco. It's one color and it's good stuff. Wow. I wanted extra mana. Really bad. I guess Lelia lives, so it's not that bad. Don't kill my creature. What's this? No kurwa, chłopie. Nieoszukane masz jakieś karty, efekty. How am I supposed to beat all of this? It's not possible. Elder Gargarot. Just could use this member now. Or is stuff against mono green? I'm not even sure that's the case. So stuff against natural order. I guess, and since it's a mono green card, it's pretty tough, but I don't know if it's generally true. Yeah, to Sulfuric for prevent life gaining, no, and hope to draw burn. Sure, we have 12 power. And the creature has vigilance and makes creatures, so I don't know if I had to. I don't think I had a winning line, but your line wasn't winning. Was winning less than mine. Like I'm kinda in the game still. Five drop again. 7 drop. Never trophy in cube chat, always 2-1. Never trophy. Let's draft again. Maybe we're gonna trophy this time. Stack was so nice, but I guess I didn't hit my super powerful drafts. And they did hit powerful stuff. Especially that game 2, maybe not necessarily game 1. Black Lotus! Oh, that's the wrong one. It's the pig. Sangled Sentinel? No, I just factory identity, I didn't notice. Easy. I won. The Fairy Hero of Dominaria. Treachery. Golos. Griselbrand. Yeah, just pick the lane. Not gonna pick Griselbrand for flexibility, who cares? Is the Fairy better than Treachery? Probably. Just pick the fucking lane, drafted deck, win, easy. What's good in my control deck now? Batterskull might be fine. Muldrifter fine. Random Signet could be fine, I have 2 5-drops to ramp into. Your land? No, your land. I think I'll take the Syndicate. Fracture and Treachery kind of overlaps, I like the Fairy more, I agree. Honestly, I hate Reanimator because early picks can very easily amount to nothing due to low versatility. Yes, it is risky. Wow, first time I turn on Canister stream, don't want to kill myself cause of music, nice. Go Canister. Go True 13. Go sit in the corner for 10 minutes for implicitly suggesting that music is unbearable, generally speaking. Solitude? It's gonna take Solitude. The blue dried, but maybe if we just force it enough, we're gonna get it. Like... Scarab? Scarab God has literally never been good for me. I already have 2 5-drops. Solitude being free, pretty nice. I think it's fine to be blue-white with more white than no, so you mean say take Adeline? I think I'd rather take the flats, yeah. Flat marsh. Flats. Any flats, any marsh flats in the chat? Personally, I'm not a marsh flat myself, but I live in a flat. Elspeth Niderand. Plateau. Karshon. Probably Karn better than Elspeth. Geist gonna wheel. Dual land fine, but it's blue red, white red, so useless. Yeah, let's make a prediction for Geist wheeling. Things not good, right? Things gonna wheel too. Alright, 50 prediction for Geist wheeling. Maybe one Thramb and Dimano in my deck. Green is open, but let it be open. Take the time. The Demano is gonna Demano. I think if we take Demano, that's what's gonna happen to us. We're gonna get Demanoed. Walking Barista or Voice Enchant? This Enchant probably. It's cheaper. Temple or Garden. So you can play neither Reliquary, random white 2-drop. Opposition. I can play opposition and just draft creatures. But it's kind of a shit card though. It's like a dual land. Like, I would take opposition if opposition were playable. Oh shit, Gang Souls. Oust. Random duel. Butter School. You can splash for mana Morphos. Butter School might be actually usable. Shadow of the Schools. Court of Bounty. Random lands. Super off-color land. Save the land. Sure, I think somebody took Geist. I don't remember if it was this pack or the next one. So I guess thanks we get Tinker. Somebody took Geist. Can play this, Fisting of Angels. Who took Geist? What? Insane. So blue is a splash in my white deck, I guess. There's a Demonic Boopor. There's Gonzio's Judgment. We're gonna take Judgment. Wait, if Judgment is so good, why isn't Vindicate all that good? It's the same card. Yorion Sky Comrade. This would be a Yorion deck, but probably not gonna be. Random off-color Signet again. Guess Memory Deluge. Judgment doesn't target. Yeah, but why is it so good? Deluge. Lotus Petal. I have like 5 drops to power out. Maybe I take Lotus Petal. Like, how much I care about deck Deluge. Probably do, but I don't have counter spells and also like I'm more looks like a white monsters and planeswalkers than stuff, and I think the Lotus Petal could be valuable for ramping out the Fairy turn earlier. Angel too expensive for Curve. Yeah, I mean Angel is like I have 5 cards I can play for 5 mana, so Judgment isn't blown out by Vel, but Vel isn't in the cube. I'll take the Potus Lethal, but I'm not sure if it's better than the Deluge. Wow, Plow to Swordshirts, but also Glenelendra and Fourth of Will. What the heck? The Glenelendra definitely better than Fourth of Will for me. I guess this guy's name's Tokens. Makes tokens. Pretty descriptive. So is it Glen or Plow to Slow Shares? Kinda like Glen, but I guess I already have expensive spells. Cheap one is gonna be more impactful. Yeah, Chromox would be good here, but except that it's not good overall, right? This is a Wall of Lomens. But could also take suspicious stowaway. Well, we've seen Glenn circle the table. Kind of funny to pick Petal though, yeah, but I picked the Petal to play my Elspeths, etc. Brazen Borrower, Seacrom Coast. Only Chromox played Elspeth too. Same logic applies to Chromox. No, I had to discard an extra card, so it's like too bad, right? I mean, it's like sound logic is what I'm presenting. Well, it's not the same. You need to discard a spell for Chromox. Lotus Petal, you discard the Lotus Petal itself, that's fine. You take Gideon Jura or Fumigate. Or maybe just Recruiter, grab Solitude and Stowaway. Why do I need more 5 mana cards? Palace Isler, interesting. Yeah, I guess let's take Palace Isler. Maybe I play Figure of Destiny, probably not. Do you think Mox Diamond is a stronger card than Chrome Mox? Yeah, just for the fact that it actually can fix your mana. While the Chrome Mox doesn't fix your mana for a splash card. Maybe Grazor Versticket if I actually end up playing Oko. Maybe a Yorion deck. Just take the angles for sideboards. Green cards, groups, Pull of Worlds. I'm probably, well, I mean, well, maybe you can play green, blue, green, white, splash blue. Anyway, but we're ramping with Petal to an Elspeth, like, if you don't, you play your big bomb. We assume that right after you play your big bomb, you don't really want more mana, right? Then it's better to have discarded 1 card for Lotus Petal rather than discarded 2 cards, the Chrome Mox and the spell. I don't know why you assume that, because you just played your expensive card. So the value of mana is lower. I think I'm gonna take Noble Harak, just gonna play green because green was open. And green white, dorks into the 5 drops. Got the blue cards to splash those 2. Does that make sense? Yes. You're getting a lot of good blue-white fixing though. What? There was a colonnade last pack. I could have took the colonnade too, yeah. I don't know. Still my kind of weird charm in my deck. With... free colors, etc. Splashing the rest like splashing this card. Yeah, I'm splashing the blue cards, not the darks. So I'd rather take a green card than a blue card right now. Are you really gonna play green? Well, it seems like it makes sense in my deck to do that. Alright, so I strip my, I don't know. I run out of time. Okay, now there's no green. I don't have the Crucible, I pass it for something irrelevant. This is a blue source from my flats. Let's take it. I think it's better than Armageddon. Ravagers of War. Fast Bond. Imagine 2 Armageddons back to back. Those lands would never recover. Alright, 19 cards. I have a green-white monster in my sideboard. Let's take the fetch. Sun Titan good. Ancient Tube good, kinda hard to support maybe, but I have expensive cards. Can take another 5 drop or a 6 drop. Yeah, Sun Titan doesn't reanimate much. Ancient Tomb looks kinda okay, but I'm paying the fixing price a little bit, but maybe this gonna maybe wheel or something. You have a scene. Breeding Pool. Kakaras? I have any Kakaras synergies? I don't. Library of Alexandria? My mana is gonna suffer from that. I have 1 mana interactions, it's kinda in the petal, etc. So it's probably a decent library deck. So I always get owned by library, so. Raben Spectre seems kinda random. How many spells do I have again? 19, need a few more spells, that's a problem. Let's take a land, nonetheless. Hydrate Crassus, probably better than Whisper Wood Elemental. Wrath with Dorks? I'm playing the Dorks Pros. I think you're not getting it. Maybe Colonnade to support the shitty lands, Fate Fetters. Damn, nothing playable on this pack. Unfortunate. Alright, Sun Titan. I think Evasion is better than stuff. Colonnade Wheels, but not Geist. Yeah, I mean, just sometimes this or this. think I should have been taking the green cards earlier because they were super open pack 1 and could have had a better deck by doing that. Those like as a splash. I play Rakdos Signet, literally double off color Signet in my deck. Double off color is kinda rough. At have 5 mana, 6 mana cards, so I appreciate any ramp. I think I'll play Signet gives you turn 2 Teferi. Turn 2? Honestly, just draft again. Chat, this is a 3-0 deck. Unless I get unlucky. You're insane. Turn 2 Teferi. Dork. I have the Tomb, yeah. Can't be a forest though. 3-0 deck that's short on playables? Bro. Fucking can't count or what? 24 spells. I need to cut some. I think I'll cut the Signet for being off color. Can play the Armageddon. Planeswalkers. Something, I don't know. Armageddon with the dorks, it can do stuff. Would you have played Muldrifter? What was Muldrifter with? If you can play 16 lands with 3 dorks, Tomb and Petal. Okay, so this is gonna be a spell. Of course, it sounds better than Petal. I disagree with Library of Alexandria. Signet pick 3. Yeah, I would play the Muldrifter. I have the Strip Mine too. So I have 3 colorless lands, so I'm not gonna be playing 16 lands. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for dorks. It's always good, but I don't know if it's off the splash good. I mean, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6 blue. I don't really need to play the island. 5 blue, 6 blue, 7. Yeah, it's got to play forest over the island. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The argument of being of course kinda sus. Well, there's also a Signet that was red black left. I picked this and this, so it was pretty off color. Whether school out Angel or Torrents in. Don't you think Battle School is better than Baneslayer Angel? Main deck wise. Let's have to make a cut. I mean, I might just cut the Battle School. Yeah. This is an easy 3-0 chat. If I don't 3-0, then I mean, I of course cannot 3-0 because Magic the Gathering is a game of variance. But cool because of high cost. Yeah, I mean, kinda ramping, but maybe not well enough. 3 darks. Kinda, I guess, soft ramping. Yeah, we're soft ramping. Let's put it this way. I think I could have taken the green throne over the glade. I probably could have done that. MPL players do not have variance. Well, they do. They do. Trust me, bro. Interesting deck, splashing for dorks. I'm not splashing for dorks. I'm just playing a green-white deck. Just have very few green cards in my deck, but I'm not splashing. This is like wrong notion. See, just a normal dork deck. Notably, I can't cast my cards right now. Dorks are like Time Walks often, but that top decks too. Yes, I like Time Walk. I don't know, it's kind of stretch. Lying World is like Time Walk too, sometimes. When you bolt a dork and discard spells are like Time Walk too when your opponent doesn't cast a spell that you just discarded. All kinds of stuff happens. Forest. Assassin's Pilgrim. Spider-Man meme. Next turn I'll Faith Fetters the Assassin's Pilgrim and that will show them. Dziękuję ci bardzo. Or if I get fortunate, I will play Palace Jailer and just straight up win. And Chad is going to keep saying, oh, this deck is so bad, how can you win? You cannot win. I don't count the amount of white swords in my deck though, so... Maybe should have done that. Also, this thing is arguable whether I should have played Strip Mine or not. Yeah, my opponent got the read on me. What now? And feathers the survival. Probably seems wiser than keeping up the mana type. I could save them and hold the mana type, but then they have survival to use and fix their draw, etc. Which seems poor. I'll become my white sources. I think the strip mine suggestion was bad. I shouldn't have taken it. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć. It's 9, so well, it's a little bit rough for doubles. Should have listened to myself, not to chat. I listen to chat too often and then they tell me to pick strip mine when it doesn't cost shit and could pour in some random stuffs, but I don't think so. Yeah, it's 3-0. It's not. I'm not going to be 3-0 because if I'm not going to be 3-0, it's because you told me to ruin my deck by picking the fucking strip mine, bro. Thank you for messing it up for everybody on the stream who enjoyed watching. Congrats. Well, just kept for strip mine. I don't remember. You can check. Let's make sure we go to Fari. Turn 3. Yeah, here I should have taken the Court of Bounty and then this wield. Here if I took the Wall of Roots would be better. I'm not sure if at the time. It's ignorable hierarch too. Search for tomorrow. Maybe search was better. I was not thinking I would be playing the color yet. Here in this pack I think Hierarch was the top tier. Alright, so for strip mine I gave nothing. Ogre of Autumn. Or top. You need to tick a box for mono to save your draft locks. I think the problem is that you pivoted to green and end up wasting a ton of pixel random lengths like the ECD one. ECD would be a fifth fighter of my deck. But the reason I pivoted to green is because blue wasn't flowing. I think I should have pivoted earlier, not later. You need to go to the cogwheel and game history, and autosave draft logs needs to be checked, and then it saves them to the location that you have chosen here. So I think we because I think chat is very anti-pivot generally. I think you were just finally splashing Teferi in Fractured. Yeah, in green-white. Or in... mono-white. We skip their second turn, Pog. Or we should have leaned more into white and ended up more aggressive. How would you lean more into white? Let's see. So identity, Tefari, yep. Rando Signet. No white cards. It's possible it was some bad pick. I could have taken Vanguard here, oversold it. Yeah, I mean, I see you could have taken the Muldrifter over the single, but it's another 5 mana cards. I'll say it's pretty good. Vanguard Wheels, what did it? It didn't. It did not wheel. Had it wheeled, I would have picked it. But somebody took it. It's pick 4, so plus 8, 12. Those cards wheeled, neither Thalia nor Adeline wheeled. I mean, sure, but you constantly see mono white cards wheel. Sure, but you're faulting me for not picking it on the wheel when it didn't fucking wheel? Is that what you're saying? That was my plan too, yes. I know they constantly wheel, and that's... I would also do that had I had the opportunity, but like... hard to, you know, do that when you don't actually end up getting the opportunity because it's not presented to you. Well, happens. Now I'm saying the logic there was to pick the better card since the one tends to wheel. Yeah, and I didn't take the Adanto. I took the Solitude, which is a broader card because it goes better into control. What do you mean? What, like... Okay, what's the argument here that you're making? Because I'm getting angry over nothing. Okay, I did say that maybe I should have taken a Danto, but... Okay, I agree, there's no point... there is no to take a Danto, so I did well here. Well put. But I'm also responding to Mario, because Mario was saying that you would lean more aggressive, so ignore the fetch, take Adeline. Also, took wrong fetch. Like picks until Mom. Yeah, I think I could see Mom being better. Mana type is very hit or miss. Then what? Ignore Temple Card and take 2 mana free 2? Then you take outs because you don't take those. There were many places to pick up more creatures though in that color. Like there weren't really any picks where I was offered white monsters I didn't take. I could have taken it here over Stowaway. I give it. It was kind of the only place. Season Hallowblade, maybe Seacron Coast. Okay. Yeah, white winning wasn't open this draft, so could have had this Hollow Blade here on the wheel, but at this point I took the second dark for the because the green was open both first and second pack, so I was hoping for some extra dark, maybe like fix this deck with dorks, because it seemed like the pile of 5 dorks would get fixed by dorks. Which I think it kinda did, like could be fixed more, but it fixed enough. And I think maybe I should have caught the scent of green pack 1 and took some... Well, but where exactly? It's pretty hard to pick scent of green here. I could maybe not Mother, but like, yeah, it wouldn't work either. Front de mano, okay. Opponent not very active this game. The drafts tend to lag the client a lot. I noticed. It's like after drafting, it'd be really good to reset. I'm going to restart. So 2 people at least fondling the idea of mono green. We want to play Circle of Dream Druids, but the fact that it costs green is pretty discouraging. Chat, we won. We won. At least that's the common belief. Solitude plus library, pretty poggers. Mana 5 plus library, pretty poggers too. Follow me, follow me. Alright, Mox, they have some like discarding creatures, fine. Who cares? Should have 8 cards now. Having Mox in play. I'll discard Armageddon. On the wall. Can pitch a card anyways later. I guess discard wall. Because Armageddon has higher ceiling and can be pitched to Solitude anyways. Vintge was in the card discarded. I search for Blyseal Colossus. Chat, they're gonna be channeling. But I think we can beat Blyseal Colossus quite easily. I hope they don't have a... Well, if they have an Emrakul, we can exile the Solitude. They have any of the Eldrazi Titans except for Ulamog, Ceaseless Hunger. Which we can exile too, I guess. Could dive that, but I don't like that. Console also doesn't target, that is true. We have the tools. Chat, is channel restricted in Vintage? Or can you play 4? I tried so hard, but in the end didn't even matter. Well, that's my opponent. I can cancel that. I am actually level 1, played a show and tell this with channel a few days ago, interesting. You can get your life back. I vote on Karen. What's your vote? Also Karen? Curious. Broken Planeswalkers, damn. I did a point vote to exile around card, yeah. Karen, not even card. And a silly. Can oust a wolf? Not sure if it's worth. Probably is, because then next turn I draw, a Karen can use library. Flash Avacyn. Well, I guess not use library by Flash Avacyn. Probably for tempo reasons, I would like to. So end of turn Flash Avacyn, attack the Garuk Restless. When Krokis played it for the first time, he didn't know he can see the opponent's vote and thought it's a min-max strategy to guess opponent's vote. Damn. I mean, it would be interesting. It's just a silly card for Commandore. They see this card? I did not. So opponent's playing mono green deck. I don't remember how I lost game 1. I guess I tailed Scoop to a playing soccer, yeah. Early. This didn't have reach, right? I guess it's holding a crossbow, so you never know. First, Perkins, the stream has been going for 6 hours 38 minutes at this point. You are not actually the first to post a message. Yeah, Archangel Avacyn Invoke is neat. Maybe I should play Avacyns in 4-color and Modern. Wait, no, that card doesn't do anything in Modern. It dies to a 1-mana removal spell for no value. Is that how Evoke works? Well, it is. It means that you can flip Avacyn. I remember Avacyn plummeting from 30 to couple bucks after rotation. I remember the first week, or even the first few days of Magic Online when Shadows over Innistrad released. And people that were not familiar with Avacyn, so they just see that you had 5 mana, they just attacked you with creatures. And you played Avacyn, you blocked with like your creature that became indestructible, and with Avacyn, they lost all their creatures, and they were like, damn. That's quickly turned around though. Oh, 7 mana card. Finally. I am curious as to what 5-drop they're getting, but I guess I'm not curious because they're not getting any, but I'm curious as to what 5-drop they would have gotten otherwise, but... Should I kill lands now? I think so. Where from Poland are you from? I was born and I live in Poznań. The other card is Palace Jailer and they gave me a forest in this situation, which is curious, but fair. Dictos. Chat, we won the match. I think I'm not playing the Strip Mine main deck, I'm playing the extra forest. Extra plains, sorry. I don't know how this deck is supposed to not 3-0. What's on naleśniki? Food. Sometimes I eat food when I'm hungry. Soul Ring destroyed. Guess I could drop Forgot Me. It's like Palace Jailer. Should I pedal pet as the Soul Ring? You think so? Oh wow. Hi Kenny, what's your favorite deck of all time? Any Lurus Ragavan deck, honestly. They're all so base, so fun to play, and I love to play wave 4 against them. Honestly, I think you shouldn't have interacted with the ring. No, I should have killed it with knights, absolutely. Damn, they draw a lot of cards. But that will beat the monarch, right? Haha. It will draw a lot of cards too, haha. Right? Haha. Haha, Twitch Prime lets you subscribe to your favorite streamers, haha. My internet die? Alright. Finger unpaused. I mental freeze. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Chat, can you see me? Is it lagging? Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Alright. Suspicious throwaway. Unblockable creature against a monarch. Technology. Sad. I don't know to undelay right now, but also this 10 seconds doesn't really matter. Conscious judgment. Okay, next time we can kill their monarch. Or the lands. Treachery. Rough times. Leak. Weird mechanic is my favorite mechanic. I attacked Jace once, kissed my girlfriend, we were all drunk. Before or after. Getting violated a little bit. I'm gonna take my Council's judgment and I'll be not feeling so good, Mr. Chat. Jesus mio. flooded. This is a strip mine matchup. That's kinda it. By strip mine matchup, I mean that I put my strip mine in there and I get mana screwed. Well, maybe not the best, but maybe you should experience the wall with the Angel Fister, but I mean, I don't know. Hasn't been my experience that old Rootstein has been great, but I guess your mileage might vary. Elspeth. I'll vote on that Elspeth. I can't, sad. Wait, I have 5 damage? I didn't really realize. Yeah, I keep forgetting what the Elspeth does. Obviously they gained the stupid flying back. Why'd I... what? If the trigger's wrong, I don't get to exile a card. You do, but... You do. Because it's... exile a creature and opponent controls until an opponent becomes the monarch. That's the wording. That's good for the next turn. But doesn't seem to be playing counter spells really. I have a lot of creatures, so it's just weird jump, but just that. Blow to Sorcerers, sure. Are you turning to a cube yet? Yeah, sure. Wow, Mystical Tutor in between. Ancestral? No, Cryptic Commando. All the other kids and around my kids and around better less of an faster than my bow. Have another one? Oh, it's been such a pain to deal with already, and it's even more of them to wrestle with. I will convert into damages right now. Sure. Outrun my one. What if I mount Armageddon now? Don't love losing life with this on board. It's gonna flip into a 2-1 and kill me. Five life versus that. Skills win 3 attacks. With the fairy here, I'm honestly not sure if I want to Armageddon. Maybe next turn. Oh, that's good. All the other kids in the camp pam peeps and the ram pam peeps pam param pim peeps. Strong. I'll die to a counter spell. Do I care about the Solitude body? I say die to a counter spell anyway. It's a very grindy game. Where are you gonna go? Ancestral, sure. I just draw 6. And BD. Chromox, pretty good. Factor Fiction exiled. Tinker Mage. Fails to find. Yeah. That's a big failure to find opponent. You could Teferi tag the ring and get on. Yeah, but then I die to my opponent's board. I wanted to Teferi tag the Elspeth, blow this, get on. But it's because I'm not dead. It's still Armageddon. Well, I guess I'm dead. Well, I'm not dead. Still have Plow to blow the creature targeted by Elspeth. It's not casting the Armageddon right now, which is stuff. I've counterspell for mana. What they pitch? Portent. Why can't you get on? 1, 2, 3, 4. I die. This cost me 2 life. I guess I can Armageddon and then kill Source with the Noble Hierarchy. Is that good? Because I will not kill Elspeth then. I won't be able to kill Elspeth. Oh, Kanye anime. Bouncing Yorion anime fan. You surely sound like a veteran of weeb stuff. I heard professed a B movie anime, yeah. Purveyor of Hentai. Right, I'll vote for Carnage. Damn, they didn't. I don't know what a Purveyor is either. Do any of the Hololive VTubers have a different voice actor sing for them? No way, they're all true. True idols, they all can sing, right? They have 6 cards in hand. In deck. Damn, I wish it face feathers would gain life to me. Gonna deck out soon, hopefully. I'm gonna die soon though. This is a tough line to navigate. The Armageddon is the worst card ever. Oh, that's a source of life points. Alright, let's just not die. Let's vote for Carnage for the lulz. Just again, identity. Can they identity anything that kills me? I don't know. Giton. They draw 2 cards. They can't attack with this guy because they die, right? They actually deck because it's... Yeah, they could have exiled my Noble Hierarch and killed me, that's true. If the Jace, they messed up. So I guess I can do that next turn. Not anymore. But I just take the crown and I go to 1. Yeah, won't matter next turn. It would have mattered if they missed that play. Now they have 1 card, they draw from Monarch. Lol. Lamau. Nice game. Stowaway seemed super insane for them. I think I'll play mine over the wall. The wall seems pretty poor. And they didn't seem to have a sweeper in their deck, so Torrents might also be okay. Although they have 11 creatures, not that many. Anything that sucks? The Armageddon kinda sucks. I don't know, does Armageddon suck? Angel maybe? You want to sideboard it? Or sideboard it out? Seems poor to me. I guess the torrent sucks. They have not enough creatures. Let's have the Armageddon. Maybe it's gonna work. Because actually it was kind of close to working. Chat, we won. Free game. Yeah, take a close look at your demise. Mahjong Engines have a get in this game, yeah. Damn, they even play the Jace I can oust it? Lotus Petal great with this. Strip mine. Should play strip mine this turn. So you probably had Cryptic here. Yeah, counter draw, sure. Love will tear us apart. Cringe. Two all. Alright, let's finish this cube draft quickly and let's 3-0 as all the doubters believed from the beginning. Just enough opening hand library to win the game, yeah. Do you think you'll win the mocks? I think my odds are... Well, the question is, are my odds greater or lower than 1/8? And I think not. Damn, didn't feathers the Sol Ring again? Well, it doesn't stop mana abilities. I actually read the feathers to clarify that. So it's fairly ineffective against that. Who are the other competitors? The Belcherman. Some other guys too. Mainly the Belcherman is, and myself, two biggest competitors. Love will tear us apart. Love will tear us apart. Yeah. Belcherman also Cubeman, I don't know. I don't know who's Cubeman, or if you're asking if the Belcherman is a Cubeman. Bob49 Canister, Nathan Tangrams Beaker. I know who's Beaker. B New Steinerson Zerk. Yeah, powerful magicians. I have no idea if Belcheman is good at anything. Belcherman is gonna take you back. Still the same monogrinus winning, kinda cringe. Well, some would say that it's kinda based that. Shows that there is immense skill in the game of Magic the Gathering. Can definitely go with that interpretation why XCBVDBTBT me too. Cancer, what would you do if you faced with the idea that you were the cringe? Be a bit sad. I vote for Hex Drinker. Suki. It's funny because in Polish, suka translates to bitch. So when they say suki, it sounds a bit funny. Because suki would be plural of that. My last name means crooked nose in Polish. Krzywonos? That's a name that some people have. Not super common, but heard it before. Identity Signet, Pog, yeah, it's even on color for me. Identity Euro, not that strong. My last name is Goldfinch in Polish. I don't know what's a Finch, so I can't say. Finch. I don't know. Shigyo. I don't know what's your name then. Also, I have a giant crooked nose, just like every other person in my bloodline. Well, maybe there is some truth to that name then. Well, put send it. Well, it's probably not true send. I can now cast a Shelter card. Copying Uro and Lydom dice. Leyland and dice. Nice. Powerful. It's very stunt nutritious style, the gentle notes that he is observing and he does know. Even when silent in the Discord, in the stream, always let you know that the actions are being observed. Damn, land again. So unfortunate. Or without the colonnade. I probably could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I could have, yeah. Monka in Polish means flower. Yeah. G such flat. Yeah, they're not attacking to the colonnade because so bad. Ah, they will. They have removal certain kinds. Blue mana though, Dismember? Brazen Borrower. I had Brazen Borrower for my colonnade. What the hell? Alright, this game is a waste of time. Let's go play a new one. Maybe Starway is good against them. And Strip Mine. Type seems trash. Very well. Oh yeah, Strip Mine is Sheldog Isle, good. Not yet though. So the statue of the Taj Mahal on the shelf behind you? Yeah, it's Lego Taj Mahal. Raisin Borrower. Okay. I feel out-tempoed now. Let's go. Ow. Ashiok. Excel my Avasin. What is tempo? Exactly what you're witnessing. I don't feel so good, Mr. Chad. I feel like my next draw step is gonna be a fetch that I can't fetch because of Ashiok. Did you see the new Lego Tiger Seru and Anus? I did not know. I think I've heard of it. Somebody showed it somewhere. This official Lego Tiger is a pink bat hole, 3-in-1 Lego creator. It's not only a tiger but also a red panda and a fish. It has an anus. Yeah. And my cats also have one. TBH. I died to the strip by not being a planes, kinda. Rolling Lego anus. Yeah, funny. This is actually good for me. Damn, I wish... I guess I can gamble on drawing a planes. Awesome. We draw planes and we play Palace Jailer. Take the Avacyn, it's awesome. Planes, kurwa, no nie jest to planes, I need planes. Not the Warsaw. Did you buy a Lego Squirrel with an anus? If it was sold with it, then yeah, if I would want to buy a squirrel, I'd buy it whole, yeah. Its entirety. Oh, whites are stopped though. Temple Garden already in play, unfortunately. Sabotage. Uro. Uro. We are recovering this game, bros. We have one card. That being Uro the Titan. That we exile with... Ooh, first to find. Nice. Can't escape. Uro Betrayer? Betrayer of what? Betrayer of Theros. I don't believe Uro betrayed anyone in any way. Just a honest dude escaping from the graveyard. Just like we escape from our mundane and occasionally not cool lives to watch Canister underscore Twitch.tv television every day. Alright, caster wins. We got them with mana type, so we're not gonna get them now. Maybe you can play Torrents. The Fister. Strip Mine is good. Maybe the Strip Mine should be as a spell, because honestly it lost to the mana being bad, and I don't even want to draw. Yeah, I mean, all of my cards are double white and need that one extra white source probably. Okay, we won. 3-0 chat. If Uro was imprisoned in the underworld and escaped, does that make him a dungeon master? Yeah. Oh no, they're playing a card. I was hoping they were just gonna pass. It's a very proactive card too. Deathclap Glades. Good evening, Kaineke. Good evening. Damn, it's pretty late actually. So I guess -2 mana. What do you mean? Remand. Insane. Damn. Get it? Because they play the card damn. The Tarpit. But actually Tarpit is costly. Yeah, if my opponent taps for the Tarpit is gonna be pretty good, so. Or they can like Jace block maybe. And to play the Recruiter to get the Solitude probably. Soon. The Swish Gaming, thank you very much for your supportage. No, raid, not supportage, sorry. Also like and subscribe. Alright, actual Tarpit needs stealing. Jak to Creeping Tarpit przeszukuje mnie? Przecież mam prawo robić to, co chcę. Shit. Guess that it wasn't that good. Toxic Deluge. Sure. I guess they're the Monarch now. Weird jump. Maybe the Jailer wasn't the best play. Oh, said every creature, dying simultaneously. Trophy? Awa. Awa, bro. Awa. I'm out of library right now too, which is not super. We might have blew it with the Jailer. Just like Eminem ended in the jail or shot. But we got shot by the creeping tar pit. The Jace was on board, like obviously it could have plus on the... They got many turns, no! I'll never 3-0. You know, in Danger they take an extra 10 with the Jace, I probably just straight up lost now. And we dead to Jace, well... Not DOB on board, but... We're not necessarily alive either. But... I take an extra turn. I time walk. I tarpit. I attack. I draw with Monarch. I untap. I play extra spells. I win. Yeah, I think my deck was very playable for what I could have gotten in the seat. Alright, now we're dead because they're going to just level. I think that instead of Palace Jailer, I should have played Recruiter for the guard for Solitude or an Elspeth. And just like make some tokens. Didn't end up having time to play my cards. I'm dead on board, so I'll scoop to my opponent because I want to finish the stream eventually, and my opponent is going to take a while to figure out they can go for the Hexdrinker kill. They got a bit too adventurous with the Jailer. Should have just been leveraging the library, but I was scared of the Confidant matching the library, which it was doing, but yeah. Interesting game. I'll come back tomorrow with more content, and that is it for today, folks. So I'm going to be raiding I don't know. Modern Links to Shadow, that sounds interesting. Never seen that. Stay hydrated, bros.